And before there's a couple things I kind of want to go over. Hang on, let me get Aaron. Aaron's here. A couple things I kind of want to go over before we get back into where we left off last night. So first off, I kind of want to go back now that our minds are a little clearer. I want to go back and revisit this conversation, a few things to talk about proration. So the examples, what we've been talking about the last couple of nights with prorations is annual taxes. So, you draw your timeline out for the first of the year to the end of the year. HOA dues work very similar to annual taxes. Somebody owes somebody some money. So you can do the same thing. Now, just keep in mind with HOA dues, your timeline may look a little different. It may not be for a year. It may be for a month, or it might be for half a year. So obviously with HOA dues, the problem's going to have to tell you how HOA dues, for your purposes, for what you're going to see on practice, they're not going to expect you. I mean, quarterly is just too weird to figure out. So I think what you're going to run into is either annual or monthly. The other thing that we can prorate, or that the buyer and seller can prorate, is possibly rent. So let's talk about how rent prorations are going to look. We're going to go into this unless we're told otherwise. We're going to go into this with the understanding that rent is due and paid on the first of every month. Okay. So if the buyer's buying the property, let's just say, let's do our timeline now. We'll do December. So rent is monthly. We're looking at the month of December. And let's say we're going to go to closing right before the attorney closes for Christmas. We got a closing. So when we're prorating rent, the tenant paid the seller rent on December 1st for the month of December. On December 23rd, we change hands. And the next time that the tenant pay rent is going to be January 1st, but now they're going to pay it to the new owner. Now they're going to pay it to the person in this scenario that we're calling the buyer, right? Today they're the buyer, tomorrow they're the owner. So with rent, if the seller has already collected rent for the entire month of December, the seller's collected rent for the whole month. Now we stop and ask ourselves, who owes whom? The seller has this money in their pocket.
Seller owes buyer.
Seller owes the buyer. So we're going to do a debit the seller, credit the buyer for New Year or Christmas Eve to the end of the year. Because those are the days that the tenant becomes the buyers. Does that make sense? So the seller already has this money. So they need to, now the seller gets to keep, remember the seller's responsible for the day of closing. So the seller gets to keep rent for the 23rd, but they need to pay the buyer for their tenant the 24th to the rest of the month. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. Questions on rent prorations? By the way, next week, we're going to take a few minutes and work some proration practice problems. So my hope is that you guys get an opportunity to work some settlement statements over the weekend and kind of get you practicing. And then next week, we're going to be old hats at this. But you all that know me know that when it comes to math, I'm a huge fan of practice, practice, practice. That's how we get it. So we'll see. We're not done after tonight. We'll see some more tomorrow, definitely, or next week, definitely. Another thing that may be prorated at closing. Can I erase this? Everybody good? Erase it? Okay. Another thing that may be prorated at closing is a scenario, prorating interest when the buyer is assuming the seller's loan. So first off, let's talk about what this means. What we've been talking to up about until this point is that the buyer's originating their own loan. The buyer's getting a brand new loan all on their own. But there could be a case where the buyer assumes the seller's loan, which means they're gonna just take it over. So if we have, let's say, our timeline is gonna look just a little different. Again, for our purposes, we're just gonna kind of gravitate to the fact that the mortgage is due on the 1st of the month, due and payable. So let's do 12/1, and then tomorrow, or 12, let's do this. 12/31. And then tomorrow is January 1st. Remember what we said about interest, you guys. Interest is paid in arrears. So when the seller makes the mortgage payment, let's see, when do y'all want to go to closing? Let's go on the 23rd again. When the seller makes the mortgage payment, seller makes the mortgage payment on December 1st. They still own the property on December 1st. So they're going to make their mortgage payment like they always do. When they make that mortgage payment on December 1st, they're paying November's interest. That's what we mean by interest is paid in arrears. The next time that the mortgage payment is due, probably don't need that there. The next time that the mortgage payment is due is going to be on January 1st. So by the buyer assuming the seller's mortgage, seller makes the payment in December. Buyer, at this point, the new owner, makes the payment in January. When the buyer makes the interest or the mortgage payment in January, they are paying December's rent. No, December's mortgage. Sorry about that. Interest. Here we go, Julie. So when I will start over. Seller makes the payment on December 1st. That pays November's interest. Property changes hands on December 23rd. When January 1st rolls around, now the buyer is going to make the mortgage payment. And when the buyer makes that mortgage payment on January 1st, they're paying December's interest. So since the buyer will be paying December's interest, let's stop and ask ourselves, who owes whom?
Seller owes the buyer.
The seller owes the buyer. So the interest in an assumable mortgage is going to show up as a debit the seller, credit the buyer for the period of time, including the day of closing, that the seller. So interest when the buyer assumes the loan will also be prorated. I have a feeling, if I had a crystal ball, I have a feeling I could look in my crystal ball, and in the near future, we're going to start seeing buyers assuming sellers' loans. And the reason I say that is because we're coming out of a market of historically low interest rates. Last year, 2 years ago, people were buying homes at 2%, 3% interest rate. I haven't looked today, but last I saw a week or so ago, it was like 7 point something. So interest rates are definitely going to come up, and guess what they're going to keep doing? They're going to keep going up. So all those people that bought with a 3 point something % interest rate, now fast forward to when they go to sell it. If they can advertise their property with their loan being assumable versus a buyer originating a new loan at 7, 8, 9, 10%, however high we're going to go, isn't that a good, like if my house was for sale with an assumable loan and the guy across the street was for sale without an assumable loan, I kind of have an advantage here, right? Assuming that that buyer has got some cash, they got to have some money in the bank, or they got to be able to pay the difference. But I think buyers assuming the seller's loans are things that we are going to start seeing again. To make an offer to assume a loan, does that require an addendum? It does, John. We do need an addendum for that. I don't know if we have a pre-printed one though. I don't know if we have a form. So if we don't have a form, what do we have to do? We may have to have an attorney draft something up. How do you know if the loan is assumable? They should be advertising that. And I've seen that actually already advertised. Buyer can assume seller's loan when we look in MLS.
How does that work from the lender's standpoint?
So for the lender side, yeah, and that's a great question. So first off, if the buyer's going to assume the seller loan, the lender's got to approve the buyer, right? The buyer still has to go through the same process like they always do. What they're doing, basically, this would be an assignment, right? All the terms are going to stay the same. The only thing that's changing is going to be one of the names of the parties, and the party that's going to change is going to be the owner, from the seller to the buyer. So if the buyer's assuming the seller's loan, let's say that the property is valued at $100,000, just making a number up here. So the sales price, the value is $100,000. Let's say the seller still has an outstanding mortgage of $75,000. So what we're saying is that you can assume my loan of $75,000. So the buyer takes this loan over from the seller. However, to make the seller whole, the buyer's going to have to come up with $25,000. And I think that might be the hiccup that we run into, like who has that kind of money in the bank? Maybe they can get a loan for that $25,000. Absolutely worth talking to a lender. But one way or another, the seller is going to have to get that $100,000. I think we're going to see it. And guys, if this starts coming back, or if this starts happening, I really encourage you to get some training, get some knowledge, talk to your firm, have them help you through this, because this is going to be fairly new, to all of us. We've seen this before, but not like the magnitude that I think might be coming. I think we're just going to start seeing this. It's a more attractive product. Take over my loan with a 3-point-something% interest rate, or originate your own at 7-point-something, 8-point-something. What comments do we have on that? Questions? Yeah.
Is there any downside to the seller of transferring their loan like that?
Well, they're without the obligation. I mean, they're not going to probably get the full amount of cash in their pocket. That could be one, right? They're not going to get this $100,000 because 75 of that, they're just relieving their duty. But they will get the difference to make themselves whole. I think the biggest benefit to the seller is if we start getting competitive again, and there's 5 homes for sale in the neighborhood, and one of them has this available, I think for the seller, it's going to allow them to offer a more attractive product. They're going to be able to be competitive. Again, understanding the buyer's got to go through the same process like they always do. The lender has to approve this. The lender has to approve the buyer. Not all loans are assumable. The rule with conventional loans, well, I think it's up to the lender. I don't know specifics like conventional and whole, FHA, VA. I know FHA and VA can be assumable. Yes, they can be assumable. Conventional, I'm not sure. Because they're not backed by the government, it's more of a lender rule, lender requirement. Now, the lenders may put a hold at this, because let's put ourselves in the lender's shoes. If we start having a bunch of loans being assumed at 3-point-something versus originating new loans at 7-point-something, lenders might be losing out on some payment, and the lenders may not approve, they may not allow. That may just come down to the individual. It should be in your contract whether or not your loan can be assumable.
A VA loan can be assumable as long as the person that's assuming it also qualifies for a VA loan.
Anybody can assume a VA loan.
Oh gosh, you're right. Sorry.
Anybody can assume, as long as they get approval from the loan. Now, keep in mind, Clara, keep in mind, the VA can only have one certificate of eligibility out there at a time. So if a VA, if
Right,
I
yes,
allow
we
you
wa-
to assume my VA loan,
Yeah.
then I can't run out
No.
and get another VA loan
Yeah,
until this
no.
one's. Yep.
That would be idiotic for the veteran because then they're out of
Exactly,
that.
because I kind of given you my
Yeah.
certificate of eligibility, haven't I?
Yeah, no.
So, you
You're
know, it might be that the person, it might be to make themselves more competitive. It might be as a opportunity to market. The seller may not want to offer this even if they can't. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions to take into this, but I just can't shake the feeling that this is something that we're not gonna encounter a little bit more. I mean, when you drop down to interest rates at 2 point something, it's an attractive product. That was part of the reason why we were in the problem we were in the last couple of years, because all the buyers wanted to take advantage of it. The problem is we just didn't have anything for them to buy, you know, so they weren't able to jump on that bandwagon. Please remember next week, closing problem number 4. We will do this Wednesday. So just to recap, if we go in Learn, Test, Pass, under 6B as in boy, you got the blank closing disclosure that you can download right here and print. Please, 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 please be ready to have one next Thursday for our test. Definitely want you guys to have one of these for the test on Thursday. And then the homework assignment that I get, the homework recommendation that I gave you guys for next week that we will go over in class together tomorrow is closing problem number 4. So I really would like you guys to work on this weekend or before class next Wednesday, so we can go over it together. And then again, I got some extra prorating practice problems that once you guys have had a chance to look at these and search through these, then we'll be able to look at some more next week. Help strengthen those skills and practice. Questions, comments? The other thing a couple other things I want to look at. Let me put an article in the chat for you guys real quick. We talked about it briefly last night, but I have it for you now. So I want to, and it's loading. Not yet. You should see in the chat now this article that we're looking at. If you guys want to grab that PDF, I'm not going to stand here and read it to you, but this is the article that we were talking about last night. The commission put it out in the February bulletin, and this is the article that's addressing the due diligence problem, let's call it that, that we've had in the state the last couple years. You know, to me, the best part about the article, and again, I'll let you guys read this, so please grab it and save it because I do think it's a good one. The right of a buyer during the due diligence period are the same, whether they have paid $0, $100, or $100,000 in due diligence. So the amount of due diligence doesn't affect the sellers. They don't have to fix anything. The buyer still has the right to terminate. And guys, this is what we were saying last night. This is our responsibility to explain this to the buyer. We cannot expect the buyer to just know. If you cut a check for $100,000, the buyer has the right to know the risk. And I think when we're working with buyers, that's absolutely something, especially in this market we're just coming out of. All buyers have a different risk tolerance. Everybody has a different risk tolerance. Some of you, I could say, after class, let's hop in a plane and go to Vegas, and you would be there. Others of you, I could say, let's run down to the Sheets and get a scratcher, And you'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting $5. It's a different, we all have a different level of risk tolerance. And I think when we start working with buyers, we need to ask them, if you do not buy this house, are you okay with losing this money? And that's what this article is addressing. Common misconception that the seller has breached. When we get into our offer to purchase and contract, we're going to learn what it's for. So as agents, this is our duty. This is our job, is to make sure that we're all on board with what this is. And I really like that the commission addressed this, because this is a big problem in this state right now. Now we're getting ready to come out of it. Well, we're not seeing these numbers come down a little bit, but still, due diligence is due diligence is due diligence. It doesn't matter the market. Do you guys all get that? Let me see. Anybody not get it? It's easier to do it that way. Anybody not see that in the chat? Grab that article. By the way, now that you guys are all licensed, you should be getting the monthly bulletin from the Real Estate Commission. I think that just came out last night, actually, when we were in class. So please pay attention to that when you guys get that. There's some good stuff in there. Guys, there's over 100,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina. Did y'all hear what I just said? There are over 100,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina. And the monthly e-bulletin is one way for the commission to get the information to us that we need. So when you get that email, please look at it. There's good stuff in it. Check your spam. If you haven't received it yet, check your spam. If you're still not getting it, I think there's a place in your logon that you can request it. I don't remember how you get it, but did anybody not get it yet last night? Looks like we did. And of course, we want to check the disciplinary actions too. One, to make sure we don't know anybody. But two, I think it's important to know what's going on. You know, it helps teach us what not to do. You guys look at the disciplinary action. Did you guys notice all of them were because the agents didn't respond to the letter of inquiry? The commission sent a letter of inquiry and they ignored them. And guess what? They didn't go away. So what does that tell us? When you get the letter of inquiry, you got to deal with it. You've got to. I shouldn't say when. If you get the letter of inquiry, you got to deal with it. Questions on that? Comments? Another thing we talked about last night, I'm going to go off topic for just a minute. We're going to go against the grain. We're going to talk about a form that's not mentioned in the syllabus, but I do think it's a really important form. And that is our professional services disclosure. Who's familiar with this one? Several of you, probably those of you that are active. Good. Y'all, I don't know if you ever heard something being referred to as a fantastic form. So if you haven't, you just have, and that's what this is. And why is this a fantastic form? Because this is our form. This is what is meant and designed to protect us. So the form is between the buyer or seller and the firm. And it explains that there's various services that are required throughout the contract to closing process. And the way this form is designed to work is that we're going to sit down with our client and we're going to go through these various services and we're going to ask them, do you want to waive or select this service during contract to closing? If they select the service, then we need to decide who's going to order it. Am I going to order it, or is the buyer responsible for ordering it? And then who's going to provide the service? This is the form that's going to help protect us if that cash buyer waives the appraisal, for example, or if any client waives, as we were talking about yesterday, here's that survey. I think when your buyer waives that survey, this is the form that we need. I need you guys to understand something though. The form alone is not going to stand up in a court of law. It's not going to stand up in front of the real estate commission. You can't just hand this to the buyer and say, initial here. You need to have a conversation with them about the importance of getting a survey. You need to discuss with them why they should get a survey. Let them make the decision. Again, you guys, we are fact finders. We provide the information for them to make a decision. I've heard cases, and this just blows my mind. I've heard cases of agents showing up to settlement with this form saying, waive here, initial here, initial here, initial here. And that's not how this form was designed. This is better used up front when we go under contract, so we know what services your client wants and we know how to proceed. Does that make sense? If you're showing up to closing with this form going, oh, just initial here, tell me how you gave time for them to do a survey. Tell me how you had the opportunity to explain it to them. And remember what we say, if you have a conversation of substance, either over the phone or face to face, I need you guys to go home and follow it up with an email, because that email documentation plus this form will stand up. But the form alone, buyer's going to say, agent brought that to closing. I didn't have an opportunity to get a survey. I was signing paperwork. And that's not how this form works. The other thing, speaking of surveys, that I like about this, you guys see these little asterisks in the C note below? It gives us one more opportunity to explain to our buyers why they should get a survey. Again, they need to understand the why. Yes, it identifies the property lines, but more importantly, it could protect them if something comes up, that title insurance, something that could affect the title. If title insurance determines that you didn't have a survey done, and whatever the issue is could have been discovered had you had a survey done before settlement, guess what? Title insurance isn't going to cover you. Title insurance is going to say, well, you didn't do your part, so why should I do mine? Explain the benefits. Don't just tell them to do it or not. Explain the benefits. And after all your efforts, they still say no, then we get them to waive this. Buyer, seller sign, individual agent signs. Again, it's between firm and buyer, seller. My firm requires this form. When I have a closing, this is a required. In other words, I'm not getting paid if this form isn't there. It's that important. Anybody else's firm require it? See heads go. It's a good one. Fantastic form. You heard it here first. What comments do I have on this one?
Hey, Julie.
Yeah.
During pre-licensing, I remember you mentioning some sort of app that you could like get your texts to like email. What's that app
Yes.
again?
I have an app. Mine's called Text to Email. And what it allows me to do is take a text conversation and convert it to a PDF. Now, I've talked to people since I downloaded it and they can't find it anymore. So I don't know how I still have it and we can't find it on Google Play. But I bet you if you go to your Play Store, your iStore, and you just search text to email or convert a text or something like that, I know there's several different versions out there, and you might be able to find. But again, it takes my whole text conversation and it converts it over to a PDF. So now I have that document that I can load in the transaction file, all the conversation between me and my clients, me and the lender, me and the home inspector, all of the conversations of the transaction, I can just load right in. So yeah, like I said, I've sat with other people before trying to find the exact same one I have, and I can't find it anymore. So I don't understand why mine still works, but I still have it. But again, if you do some kind of text converter or something like that. If you don't get the app, I know a lot of other agents take screenshots of their text messages. But what we need is that date and time stamp between you and the client, so you can have that you have the documentation. Other questions? Guys, this was the form. I had a teammate, this hurts me. I had a teammate a couple years ago. She got that letter of inquiry from the Real Estate Commission. And she had cash buyers. And they started asking a bunch of questions about the appraisal. And they said, no, we're going to save money. We don't need that. So they waived the appraisal. Plus the whole conversation she had with them went down via email. Guess what? They closed. The buyers thought they paid too much. And they thought they were going to get my money back. So their money back. So who did they go after first? They filed a complaint to the commission of my teammate. So my teammate got her letter of inquiry. She responded with this form and the communication and the email. It's this form and. Does everybody hear me? This form alone doesn't mean anything. So she responded. Of course, they needed the agency agreement, working with real estate agent disclosure. So she responded with the required paperwork. And a couple weeks later, she got, the next thing she heard was, thank you for your cooperation. This matter's been closed. But it was this form that, I'm sorry, if she didn't have her documentation to protect her, who knows? This is worth me saying again. You guys might hear me say it 20 more times before we're done. Document everything. Everything. You never know when you're going to get that letter of inquiry. Be prepared. Other questions, comments? Another form we talked about last night, getting us caught up on some things here. This is our due diligence request and agreement. This is the form we're going to use to request repairs, and upon agreement of the seller, that the seller is going to use. This form is actually an amendment. Remember that one very important sentence in our contract. This property is being sold in its current condition. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, we need to have this form in writing and signed by all parties by the end of our due diligence. This is what makes the seller contractually obligated to do those repairs. So this form is between the buyer and the seller. We're going to list the property address, and then we're actually going to spell out the things that the buyer and the seller agree, that the seller agrees to do, the things that the buyer wants and that the seller agrees to do. We need to be clear. Don't just say, fix the electrical. What is it about the electrical that needs to be fixed? Do you want a licensed electrician to fix it? Or do you trust the handyman homeowner to do it on their own? We need to be specific. A lot of our home inspectors now have this pretty cool report. I think it's called like Home Gauge or something like that. And Home Gauge allows us to kind of break up the home inspection report. So if the buyer wants the seller to see the part of the home inspection report relating to the electrical work, they can just send that piece. And we can say, you know, in here, fix the electrical issues listed on these pages. Does that make sense? We don't have to send the whole report. We can just send the pieces that the buyer wants repaired. I see this referred to the home inspection report a lot, and that's fine. That's pretty specific. But we just need to make sure that we, you know, include that portion of the home inspection that we're referring to. This goes on to say, in the event the parties have agreed to any adjustments in the condition of the property, then these shall be completed prior to settlement in a good and workmanlike manner. Again, me personally, and this is just me, but me personally, that's so subjective, isn't it? Some people think they have a hammer and access to YouTube and they know what they're doing. And if you've ever seen a home that's called a handyman special, not everybody knows what they're doing. So when I complete these things, I actually say to be completed by a licensed electrician, to be done by a general contractor. I want a professional in there working on that kind of, again, that's just me. If you trust good and workmanlike manner. Seller shall notify buyer upon completion and provide buyer with documentation. Buyer shall have the right to verify that the items have been completed. This first blue note here says, and we'll talk about blue notes and red warnings when we get into our contract. If the parties agree to change the price, the amount that the seller agrees to pay towards the buyer's expenses, then we need to use an agreement to amend the contract for T. We'll look at that next. So it might be something like, in lieu of repairs, you know, sometimes the seller says, look, I don't want to mess with this. Can I just give you $3,000 and let you take care of it after closing? Remember what we say, you guys, anything is negotiable. So could the parties agree to lower the purchase price in lieu of repairs? Absolutely. Could the seller agree to pay closing costs in lieu of repairs? Absolutely. I think sometimes giving people options helps them kind of, you know, think through, helps with that negotiation. So this is just reminding us that if we change the price or any of the numbers, we'll look at the agreement to amend next. The lender does have, that's right, all different loan types have a different limit on how much they'll allow the seller to pay in closing costs. So check with your lender, because that does and can change, and it's different from loan product. So just check with your lender. If your buyer's getting an FHA, how much in closing costs is the seller allowed to pay? Second piece of this, release of inspection reports. Buyer does or does not agree to release any inspection reports to the seller. The home inspection report is actually the property of the buyers because they're the one that paid for it. Some people think, well, it's my home, so isn't it my home inspection report? No, you didn't pay for it. It's the buyer's property. So whether or not we're going to release the buyer's property to the seller is up to the buyer. There's two schools of thought on this. If the buyer does agree to release the home inspection report and then they terminate, they pretty much bought the seller a home inspection. So that's why they may not want to give all of that information, maybe just what they want to have fixed. The other school of thought, the buyer may want to release the whole report and say, look, of this entire 60-page report, I'm only asking you to do these two things. So again, you guys, tell your buyers their options. It's their decision of whether or not they release that report. And then this says this agreement shall become effective on the date it's been signed. All changes, additions must be in writing, da, da, da. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. Due diligence request and agreement. Questions? We've not been having many repairs. Again, sellers have been, I mean, they've been hardcore in the driver's seat, and we're getting ready to see all that's changing right now as we speak. It's been easy the last couple of years, particularly as a listing agent. Everybody's wanted to be a listing agent. Fast, easy money. It's changing.
I was opposite. I never wanted to be a listing agent. I love my buyers. End of
And
story.
Even after this past market?
Yes. Oh, well,
Yeah.
see, up until these past 2 transactions, those are my first 2 listings. So I did 2.5 million with just buyers. They were my
Nice.
babies. Love them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I love the buyers.
Good for you.
They
I know
don't get
everybody
a
asks
lot of
me,
attention.
right?
You know what I mean? People want the listing. So I say, okay, I'll do it.
And here lately, nobody's wanted to work with buyers. So that's why you capitalized
Here
on
I
that, on that market. I know people ask me all the time, what do you prefer, buyers? I'm hungry. I don't care. I'll
Mhm.
work with,
Right.
I'll
Right.
work with anybody.
Yep.
Whoever can put food on the table tonight, I'm good with.
Yep. Exactly. I don't ever want to count square footage ever again in a house. Okay. I'm just over it. I don't want to do it anymore.
You can hire somebody to do that. One more form for now. And this is our agreement to amend the contract. Remember what we said an amendment is? An amendment is a change. So we're under contract. For whatever reason, we enter into what I call round 2 of negotiations. This was a change that they just did this year, and I like it a whole lot. It allows you to put the amendment number. So if you have like round 2 of negotiations and maybe round 3 of negotiations and gosh, round 4 of negotiations, anytime you do an amendment, you can have amendment number 1, amendment number 2, amendment number 3. And this allows us to better keep up with it this way. Here's a big red warning. If you do an agreement to amend the contract, all parties, including the lender and settlement agent, must be provided a copy of this agreement. Remember, we went under contract, buyer's agents, and we sent a copy of the contract to the lender and the closing attorney. When we change those terms, we need to make sure that they get a copy so they can run those numbers and proceed to do their part with the accurate information. If you do an agreement to amend, when you get your closing disclosure to review, make sure that the closing disclosure reflects the newly agreed upon numbers. So then you can see here, and I'll let you guys look at this. We can change the purchase price. We can add earnest money. We can change the building deposit. We could change the due diligence fee and renegotiate the due diligence period. Let's say we're getting closer to the end of due diligence and the buyer feels like they need more time. They can ask the seller for more time. Is the seller under any obligation to grant them more time? Do they have to? Nope. What's one thing that might make the seller give them more time? Give them $50,000 more in due diligence, and I bet you they'd give you 2 more weeks, won't they? So that's all renegotiable. This is what we need to understand. If we're negotiating for more time, we still need to be in due diligence. Once we're out of due diligence, there's no going back. So if we're asking for more time, we are still in due diligence. Does that make sense? I've heard that come up, and I don't know where that came from. If we're changing the escrow agent, we can use this form. And again, this was a change that was just done this past time. The new escrow agent now has to acknowledge the receipt of the earnest money. So we got to get it from the old escrow agent to the new escrow agent. If we close, if like the closing attorney, for example, I know some of our closing attorneys are like swamped right now. So you may not be able to get in who you wanted to get in with, for example, so you may have to change. Settlement date, if we have to change that, remember, we have a 7-day delay built in the offer to purchase and contract. However, we can agree to change the settlement date. If we change the settlement date, we're gonna have another 7-day delay unless we check this box. And if we check that box, it's no longer a 7-day delay. It's now a 4-day delay. So you renegotiate the settlement date. You don't check that box, you got a 7-day delay. You do check that box, you now got a 4-day delay. Here's if we're going to have the seller pay any closing costs, any of the buyer's closing costs. And then if we're going to renegotiate and add in a home warranty. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. Agreement to amend. Questions or comments on that one? Anybody? Anything? Good, 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 good. Good. By the way, let me point this out. In Learn Test Pass, there's a folder under here called Forms. You guys see this down here near the bottom? And then you got Link to Forms. And when you click on this, this takes you to all the current forms. So please make sure you're always using the current. These are all going to be sample forms. If you're affiliated with a firm, you have access to the active forms through your firm. All these forms come from NCAR, North Carolina Association of Realtors. So you guys can actually access all the forms. If you're a member, you can access the forms and get all the active forms and all the sample forms. Anytime you're given a form to a client not to use, you're just giving it to them FYI, please make sure you're given one of the ones with sample stamped across it. So last night we left, we were heading towards closing. And actually the last thing we were talking about last night before we left was kind of the attorney's responsibilities of making sure that their buyer client receives a clear marketable title. If the attorney finds any issues with the title during the title search, then they'll get with the seller to clear up. And you know, maybe it's just that they got to pay off the debt. If it's anything that the attorney can't deal with, then they'll go stand in front of a judge and ask the judge to take care of it. But I mean, that's the biggest responsibility that the attorney has to their buyer client, is to make sure what they're getting is that clear marketable title. So still working our way to closing. As we've mentioned, if there is an outstanding lease on the property, the buyer buys honoring the existing lease. We'll look at another form before it's over with. It allows us to address this. Part of the buyer's due diligence period, if they're buying a home with a lease in place, they're going to want to make sure they review the leases, statements, any information that the seller has on their tenant, because today the tenant is the seller's, tomorrow the tenant is the buyer's. So the buyer has the right to learn, you know, the leases, the terms. We'll have to do an assignment on the lease, which means the name of the landlord will change, but we have a closing attorney involved. so they can assist us with that. Another issue to consider if we're buying, honoring an existing lease agreement is dealing with the tenant security deposit. We somehow have to get the security deposit from the seller to the buyer, from the new landlord or the old landlord to the new landlord. A couple of different ways, and the parties can agree to how do they want to do this. They can either have the attorney assist them in transferring that security deposit at settlement, or the seller can release the security deposit to the tenant, and then after closing, the new owner can go to the tenant and try to collect it. Yeah, I'm with you, Karen. I would do number one all day long instead of trying to track down the tenant after closing. So, the attorney's making the big bucks anyway, right? So let them handle that transfer, and then the new owner doesn't have to worry about that. Yeah, I always think the same. No, that just has headache written all over it, doesn't it? Questions about outstanding leases? Another thing that needs to happen before closing, and this is a good review from last night, so I like this. If the real estate firm is holding the earnest money. Now, this is not if the closing attorney has it. If the closing attorney has the earnest money, then they already have it. But if the real estate firm is holding the earnest money, then at some point prior to closing, we got to get that earnest money from the firm to the attorney. Real estate commission rule says that we cannot transfer that earnest money from the firm to the attorney no earlier than 10 days prior to settlement. So when you have first off, if you affiliate with a firm that has an escrow account that's going to take the earnest money, they will go over with you as a new agent their process and how they want you to handle delivering those checks to your firm and getting those checks from your firm. You'll probably have an admin that's maintaining that trust account. So they'll go over their policies with you. Commission rule says we cannot release it 10 days prior to settlement. So if the firm has the earnest money, there's two ways that we can get it to the closing attorney. Either the broker takes a check with them to settlement, they get a check from their firm, and then they actually drive it to the attorney's office and deliver it at settlement, or they do that crazy thing that we did last night where they deduct the earnest money from the firm's commission. So remember, the check that you collect is your commission minus the earnest money deposit. The firm will then transfer the earnest money from their trust account to their operating account. So now they have their full money to pay the bills. Again, if you affiliate with a firm, I don't think nobody has a firm with a trust account, do they? I don't think. I think some of your bigger brands still might, but gosh, you guys are KW and Tater and you don't have them. So I think a lot of them are just, it's so much liability. Y'all, it used to be when you looked at the disciplinary actions, it was trust account violation, trust account violation, trust account violation. So I think that's part of the reason why firms are like, yeah, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Anybody in or going into property management? Allison, you're going to have to deal with a trust account because property managers still deal with it for the security deposit. So I think what we're going to see is that the sales firms are doing away with it with earnest money and just letting the attorney deal with it. But property managers, you're still getting to deal with that property money or that security deposit. We'll talk more about earnest money too in the next section. Goodness, we've already blown through the first hour. How about that? Is that just me? All right, let's take a break. Let's take 10. We come back. We're getting closer and closer to closing. welcome back. All right. We're getting closer and closer to closing. Another thing that the attorney needs to do, attorney's responsibility before closing, the attorney is the one that's going to make arrangements for title insurance. So let's talk about title insurance. Title insurance protects the new owner from errors of the past. Title insurance is going to protect the new owner. If anything comes up on the title that the attorney couldn't discover, that the attorney couldn't find out and take care of, an issue comes up, title insurance is there to protect the owner. If your buyer is getting a loan, title insurance is required. Period. End of story. If it's a cash buyer, title insurance is highly recommended. There are two policies if a lender's involved, one for the owner, one for the lender. The lender's policy is a diminishing policy. As you pay down that loan, the lender's interest in the property gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So the policy for the lender is going to diminish until it gets down to zero. And once that loan's paid off, the lender's policy goes away. The owner's policy is going to protect them for as long as they own the property. This is just a one-time fee that the buyer has to pay at settlement. It's not like it's something he has to renew every year. So they pay one time, both policies at settlement. And again, they're protected for as long as there's a loan for the lender and for as long as the owner owns. So the attorney does this very thorough title search shortly after we go into contract, somewhere in the contract to closing process. The attorney does the very thorough title search. If they find any issues, then they'll get with the seller to clear them up before settlement. That period of time between between settlement and closing, that period of time when we leave the attorney's office and they put the finishing touches on everything, part of the finishing touches, the attorney may generally go in there and do one more quick title search just to make sure nothing hit from when they did the big one a couple weeks ago, month ago, whatever. And then once they are satisfied that the title is clear, the attorney will release their opinion of title to the title insurance company. And based on the attorney's opinion of title is when the title insurance company releases their policy. The new deed records now the buyer's the owner and they're protected for as long as they own the property. Questions on title insurance? If something does come up, depending on what it is, but if it's something, title insurance may try to go after the previous owner first, try to get them to pay or clear it up. But if the previous owner is broke or dead or MIA, then title insurance will take care of it. But before they pay out, they're going to try and find somebody else to pay out. So as we get closer and closer, as we discussed, we as the agents will receive the closing disclosure from the attorney. Guys, at this point, we might be the day before settlement, maybe even the day of, the morning of. Once we review buyer's agents Once we review our buyer's closing disclosure, we're going to notify them of the money that they need to bring to closing, and have the conversation with your buyers that they need to bring readily available funds. They cannot bring a personal check to closing. So we need a cashier's check or a wire transfer. Which one are they going to do? It might be up to the attorney. The attorney may have a policy of how they want those readily available funds. For example, I know some attorneys will say, if the amount's over like $25,000, just do a wire transfer. So we'll talk about wire transfer in just a bit. But just make sure, if you've never worked with this attorney before, just pick up the phone and call them. How do you want my buyers to bring their readily available funds to settlement? The attorney prepares the closing package. The lender sends the attorney the loan package. The attorney handles the loan package per the lender's instructions. I tell my buyers, have y'all been to closing lately? I tell my buyers to get their signing hand warmed up, because generally that stack of paper that's plopped in front of them, maybe not, maybe more like this, but it's like a ream, right? That's all they're doing for 45 minutes is just signing, signing, signing. So go ahead and get that warmed up so you're ready to go. But I think it's important too that buyers understand some forms that they're signing, they may have already previously e-signed in the lender's portal. But now that we are in person, in front of attorney, in front of a notary, the lender may ask the attorney to have the buyer do a wet signature, actually sit there and sign it. So just tell your buyers there might be some duplicates, but there's a reason for it. Once we leave settlement, the attorney sends the completed loan package back to the lender for final approval. So the lender's then going to review the loan package to make sure everything they asked for is included, all the I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed, everything's signed, dated, initialed. And upon a satisfactory loan package is only when the lender will release the funds, release the loan. So once we get those funds released, I have heard, I've not had this experience, but I have heard occasionally where the loan package is sent back to the lender and a signature was missing or something didn't get signed, and the lender's not going to release the funds. So we got to get the buyer back to the attorney's office to sign before the lender will release. So it may not be a bad idea to tell your buyer not to go too far away once they leave, just in case we need them to scooch back real quick and get them to sign. If you guys, anybody encountered that? I haven't had it, but I guess anything's possible. Again, if the lender's not satisfied with the package, they're not releasing the funds. We've talked about our duty to review it for accuracy, the numbers that we can verify. We have the documentation or the information. We can certainly verify that's closing disclosure for accuracy. So as we're getting to closing now, settlement, there's actually two different types of closing methods, typically across the country. The first type of closing method we don't see much here in North Carolina. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it's not common here in North Carolina. And that's what is referred to as the escrow closing method. The escrow closing method does not use closing attorneys. They use escrow agents. Parties don't have a closing to attend or a settlement to attend. They pretty much just drop their documents off and it's processed. And when the process is complete, it's a done deal. They may have something referred to as a relation back doctrine, which said the deed is considered delivered once the seller has handed it to the escrow agent. So once it's in the possession of the escrow agent, the deed has been delivered. Karen, is this what you guys do in Virginia, the escrow closing method? Yeah, I just recently learned, I say recently within the last 2 or 3 years, that North Carolina is one of few states that doesn't use the escrow closing method. So what I'm saying is North Carolina is the oddball here. And while I think that's important is because you guys very well may be working with a buyer that comes from another state. And so we need to help educate them through this process, especially when we start talking about hiring an attorney. Yeah. Did you want to say something?
I was gonna say something, Julie, that in Virginia, an attorney doesn't even have to do the closing. As a broker, as a real estate broker, I could do the settlement.
That's right. That's right. So you guys don't have attorneys involved. So again, a buyer from Virginia that's familiar with buying in Virginia, they very well could show up and look at you and say, do I have to hire an attorney? Because when I bought my house and when I bought my 10 houses in Virginia, we didn't use an attorney to have. And the answer is, if you're buying a home located in the state of North Carolina, then yes, we have to use an attorney because North Carolina is a settlement meeting method. And a settlement meeting method state says our closing attorneys handle residential closings. And I know some states, you may have some states that do both. It might just depend on the transaction or depend on the parties involved. So at least we don't have to worry about that. We are an attorney closed state. It's not uncommon in settlement meeting method states to have non-lawyers involved. Maybe these are the paralegals. For those of you that had closings, it always amazes me how, we communicate, let's face it, we communicate with the paralegal up until we sit down at the settlement table with the attorney. A lot of times that's the first time that we're actually communicating with the attorney. So, sometimes it's not a matter of if you like the practice of the attorney or not. Sometimes it's a matter of if you like the paralegal, because quite frankly, that's who we communicate with, it seems to be. So paralegals, my point here is that paralegals are very involved and they're the non-lawyers in the transaction, for example. There's a lot of things that they can do. So they can present and identify documents. They can show the parties where to sign. They cannot draft the documents, but they can. I always think of my old school people. Remember this, some of you young kids may not remember this, but they used to have like the little stickers that you put on paper. It'd be like sign here, and you have all those tabs, and you could have like a whole page of tap, 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 tap. It's kind of what the paralegals do, and they're saying sign here, date here, initial here. The non-lawyers can make sure that documents have been properly executed. In other words, that everything gets signed, initialed, and dated as needed. The non-lawyers can receive and disperse closing funds. So once the deed is recorded and everybody's standing there waiting to get paid, like me and you, the seller, the attorney, the home inspector, the paralegal or the non-lawyer is the one that can disperse those funds. But again, even though they may work for a lawyer, they cannot perform practice of law. That's still the attorney's job. So the attorney should be doing the title search. The attorney should be preparing the documentation, getting everything ready, of course, with the assistance of their paralegal or non-lawyer. Things that the non-lawyer can't do, they cannot offer the title insurance company their opinion of title. That's the attorney's job after doing their thorough search. They can't explain the legalities of a title. What does this mean? How does this work? Why is this here? Only the lawyer can advise the parties how to take title. If you guys ever work with an unmarried couple, for example, that should be a flag for us to have them discuss with their closing attorney how they should take title. Guys, if you work with an unmarried couple, I cannot whip out my pre-licensing textbook and begin to explain the difference between tenancy in common and joint tenancy. That's not my job. Everybody with me? You guys know just enough to be dangerous, but we also need to know when to stay in our lane. So advising people how to take title, that's a job for the attorney. And then again, the non-lawyers cannot draft legal documents. That's the attorney's job. So we are here. We made it to settlement. So now that we're here, let's talk about who is here. Well, you almost always have to have the buyer. There are some rare exceptions where we could do what's called a mail away closing. That's something that would need to be approved ahead of time by the lender and the attorney. And I'm going to say that's pretty rare. For example, I had buyers once, and when they first contacted me to buy, they're both active military. And when they first contacted me, she was stationed in Italy and he was in Japan. So we were working to find them a home on 3 different time zones. So I was going and touring properties, taking video with my phone and uploading it for them to look at when they were available. So this was challenge number 1. We got through it though, no problem. By the time we got to closing, she was stateside. So she was stationed up in Maryland and he was still in Japan. Well, the plan was she was going to get full power of attorney for him. She was going to come to North Carolina to sign everything. Voila, we were done. About 2 days before settlement, her sergeant said, no, you can't leave. That is a really good example of when we had to do a mail away closing. The lender sent her the loan package with very detailed instructions on how they wanted it handled. She had to do everything in front of a notary and she could sign for both of them. And then she mailed it back and we processed it that way. I share that with you as kind of an extreme of when we might do a mail away closing. Again, the lender and the attorney have to approve that. Otherwise, we need buyers at settlement. Buyer's agents, go to settlement with your buyer. Y'all, we've been with them since day 1. Why are we going to bail on them now for the very last act of it? So please go with your buyers to settlement. Have you guys bought a home? Anybody ever bought a home? Maybe not now, but you bought a home. Is it a nerve-wracking and stressful experience? I think so. So just to have that familiar face of your agent that's been with you side by side throughout the transaction, I think is helpful. I remember when I bought my first little condo and I pulled up at the attorney's office and got out the car and I swear my knees were jello. I was like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And about that time, here comes my agent, you know, yoo-hoo, you ready to do this? And it was so comforting for me to have her there. Just that familiar face, that support. Buyer's agents, go to closing, go to settlement with your buyers. The commission, put that right in there with old car as part of the duties that we owe them. Sellers may or may not attend settlement. Sellers either attend and sign in front of the attorney. Listing agents, if your seller goes, go with them, be there to support if they have any questions. The other option would be for the seller to sign their documents in front of a notary ahead of time, and then the listing agent can drop it off at the attorney so they have it to process. I've learned over my years that some sellers, by the time we get to settlement, are so over it, they're done, they don't want to go. Other sellers want to see this thing to the very end. So give the sellers the options, whether or not they want to go or they want to send their documents ahead of time. Sometimes if you're using a local lender, they may come to support the buyer as well. I've had that experience a couple times, so that's kind of a nice touch. Again, it's really helpful if any questions come up. Now, if you're using a big brand lender, There's probably nobody local to come. And then where settlement happens, location doesn't matter. Buyer generally is the one that can choose the location. Most of the time, we're going to go to settlement at the attorney's office, but I've attended settlement in the conference room at the real estate firm before. So the location where this goes down doesn't matter. There used to be an attorney in Greensboro. I'm not sure if she's still around or not, but there used to be an attorney in Greensboro whose practice was out of her home. So settlement happened at her dining room table. You know, that's just what we did. So the location makes no difference. So again, that period in time between settlement and closing, the attorney's just reviewing everything, making sure we have all the signatures, making sure we have clear title, releasing their opinion of title, making sure they have all the money from the buyer, from the seller if applicable, and from the lender. The North Carolina Good Funds Settlement Act says that funds will not be dispersed to anyone at settlement. You and I don't get paid until it closes. So you'll go to settlement with your clients. And then, you know, depending on when settlement is, if it's that morning, maybe it'll be later that afternoon. All attorneys are different. Doesn't hurt to ask them, when do you record? Some do it in batches throughout the day. Some do it once a day at the end. They're all a little different. Once that deed is recorded, you're going to get an email from the paralegal or the attorney. And it is, hands down, without a doubt, my favorite email in this industry. It's a simple email, short and sweet and to the point. And that email says, we are on record. That's when we know it's a done deal. That's when we know we need to get to do a big U-turn, go back to the attorney's office to get our firm's check. But the Good Fund Settlement Act says we're not going to get paid at settlement. Please don't ask the attorney to give you a check when you're there at settlement. We're not going to get paid until it closes. So the attorney's the one that's responsible for updating title information, recording documents, dispersing the funds. Once it's all closed, they usually handle that, you know, that communication with the loan package. They kind of serve as middleman, make sure the buyer signs the loan package. Sellers may have a 1099-S, an income tax report for the sale. It's been my experience that the attorneys generally send in that 1099-S form on behalf of the sellers. Not that we don't trust the sellers to do it, of course not. But then this way we don't have to worry about it not getting done. So just tell your sellers and your buyers, the year that closing goes down, it may not hurt to talk to an accountant and make sure they're taking advantage of all the tax benefits of buying and selling. Questions? So moving right along, we've talked about the and TRID part of this section. We talked about that the other night, but we need to go back and talk a little bit more about RESPA, pick up RESPA. So that's this last piece of chapter 14. Let's talk about RESPA. I'm on page 474, my digital people. It's probably called RESPA. You're looking for the RESPA section. So in this section, we're going to talk about RESPA. We're going to explain TRID just a little bit more. We've talked about TRID. Just as a refresher though, TRID is the combination of TILA and RESPA. The big thing to know about TILA, and I think you guys get this, I think it's 301. You guys talk more about TILA. And the big thing to be aware about with TILA is advertising guidelines, those trigger terms. We're not talking about TILA tonight. We're going to spend some time talking about RESPA though. Again, when you see RESPA, please see the word settlement. RESPA tells the consumer the cost to close. It's all about disclosure. So let's meet RESPA. RESPA has always been around. RESPA came to be in like 1974. So RESPA is not new. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is new. The CFPB is a result of the housing market crash. And the CFPB has now come about to protect the consumer. Remember, the consumer in this transaction is the buyer because they are the ones that are originating the loan. They are the ones that are getting a new loan. RESPA is sometimes referred to as Regulation X. TILA is Z. RESPA is meant for mortgage, federally related mortgage loans for 1 to 4 family residence lots, mobile homes. If it's more than 4, if it's 5 or more, RESPA doesn't apply. The types of loan products that we have, conventional FHA, VA, USDA, etc., they fall under this category. Deposits are insured. Things that RESPA does not apply to, again, anything more than 4 units, commercial, business, and agricultural. So if you're doing a commercial loan, business loan, an apartment complex, you don't have to follow RESPA. And there are several things that RESPA does to protect the consumer. We're not going to talk about all of them, but we are going to talk about quite a few. My hard book people, we're looking on page 475. 475, my digital people, we're under RESPA requirements, consumer protections. The 475 kind of gives us the summary of the 7 things. Starting on page 476, it gives us some more information. So to talk about some of the things that RESPA does to protect the consumer. The first thing that they do to protect the consumer is they offer a borrower credit for a yield spread premium. A premium is just an amount to be paid. And the lender may charge this yield spread premium for an above market interest rate, maybe to have a more sellable loan on the secondary market. And it used to be that buyers had to, or borrowers had to pay for this premium for the lender to get a better yield, for the lender to get a sellable loan. RESPA said, not anymore. If you're charging the borrower, then we need to make sure that they get a credit for this yield spread premium at settlement. So when it comes to this yield spread premium, RESPA says that if the premium is paid, first off, we got to disclose it. Guys, disclosure is the name of the game. That's one big thing that TRID in general has done for the consumer, disclose. So if there is a premium paid, that fee has to be disclosed. And again, the borrower needs to receive a credit. RESPA doesn't feel that the borrower should pay for the lender to have a more sellable product on the secondary market. Kind of agree with RESPA on that one, not going to lie. So we're going to give a borrower credit. The second thing that RESPA does to protect the consumers is loan servicing disclosure. Again, the name of the game is disclosure. If the loan can be serviced, that's just a fancy way of saying that the loan can be sold after it's originated. Some lenders keep their loans in-house. Some lenders maintain and service their own loans. Most lenders sell it after settlement. So by selling your loan, they can replenish their funds to originate new loans. Lenders don't have this endless supply of money. It's not like they got a money tree out back that they can go pluck $100,000 bill every time you want to buy a house. You guys with me? So the lenders got to get their money from somewhere. And one way that they may get money is by selling your loan. You replenish their funds and now they can originate new loans. It helps keep money flowing in the economy. So what RESPA says, first off, the lender needs to notify the consumer if the loan can be transferred or not, if it will be or can be transferred or not. And then if it can, the borrower needs to be notified. If your loan gets serviced, you should be getting two pieces of mail. One from your old lender saying we're selling your loan, and another one from your new lender saying, you now send me your money. We've taken your loan. Anybody had their loan serviced lately? Couple, yep, I did too. I think mine just got sold last year. I got the letter, 2 letters. And then my insurance didn't transfer over. So that was a pain in my neck. I don't know whatever happened with that, but they said, you're not insured. I said, well, I've been making my payment every month. So I feel like I've done my part. Somebody needs to, I think it got fixed. I don't know. When last I heard from the lender said he was going to call the insurance agent. I said, great, thank you. So that went smooth for me, but I guess it is now because I haven't gotten another letter lately. So I guess I'm good. I guess we'll find out next year. Gosh, if a house burns down, I don't know. So loan servicing disclosure. The third thing that RESPA does today to protect the consumer is they put restrictions on escrow accounts. So we talked last night about your escrow account and the fact that the lender is going to collect money at settlement to originate the escrow account and then to fund it to give a little bit of cushion. So RESPA has some restrictions on how the lenders handle the borrower's escrow accounts. One thing that RESPA says is that the lender can't collect more than 1/12 of the annual taxes and 1/12 of the annual insurance. So your mortgage payment, PITI, principal and interest, taxes and insurance. The TI part, the taxes and insurance, is 1/12 of your annual taxes and 1/12 of your annual insurance. If taxes and insurance go up next year, then your mortgage payment is going to go up, but they can't collect more than 1/12. My homeowner's on the call. Sometimes our mortgage payment goes up, doesn't it? It's not because of principal and interest. That's the same the life of the loan. If your mortgage payment goes up, it's because your taxes and insurance has, and the lender needs to collect more so they can pay those bills on your behalf. The second piece of this is how much the lender can collect as that cushion, how much they can collect at settlement. And the general rule of thumb is they should be collecting 2 months for the cushion. Now, depending on the time of year that you go to closing, if you go to closing in like October or November, or let me rephrase that. If you go to closing in like March or April, you're already a couple months into it. So they may need to collect 4 months to originate the account and have that money there. So when the bill comes due at the end of the year, they have all 12 months to pay on your behalf. Does that make sense? So if they can't get a full year payment from you before that bill comes due, then they may collect more than 2 months. So they have it and can pay that on your behalf. When we're talking about the 2 months, we're just referring to the cushion only, the wiggle room only. But they do have the right to make sure that they have enough to pay, particularly those taxes. They know they have a year to collect homeowners insurance. But yeah, let's say you go to closing in May and you don't make your first payment until July. So they're only collecting taxes for July, August, September, October, November, December. They need more money to pay that bill at the end of the year. Does that make sense? So they may do 3 or 4 months to give them that in preparation of paying that. The fourth thing that RESPA does to protect the consumer, and this is the one that hurt us personally, they have eliminated kickbacks or referral fees to or from settlement service providers. Guys, we are settlement service providers. We provide a service for settlement. The lenders, the home inspectors, the attorneys, the surveyors, everybody involved is considered a settlement service provider. RESPA says we cannot give or receive a payment for referring business from one settlement provider to another. It used to be nice. It used to be when you referred your buyer to this lender, they could thank you with a $25 Amazon gift card. Not anymore. There were cases of settlement service providers. I think the lender, some of them were doing this. And anytime you sent a buyer to this lender, they would put your name in the hat. And at the end of the year, they would do a drawing for, I don't know, an all expenses paid cruise. Heck yeah. As a broker, am I sending my buyer to this lender because they are the best possible lender for this buyer? I don't care. I want my name in the hat to go on a cruise. Do we see the conflict of interest here? And it, you know, as opposed to me working it for me, remember, we got to have our client's best interest in mind. So by eliminating these referral fees and kickbacks, again, this is kind of when the whole, we need to be providing recommendations. So again, we're never looking at our buyer and saying, this is the lender you're going to use, this is the home inspector, this is the attorney. We're going to give them choices, let them decide. They're the ones that are buying these services, especially now, because we know we don't get anything for it. We don't get a chance for a cruise. We don't get that $25 Amazon gift card. And RESPA is pretty clear with prohibiting kickbacks or referral fees. They say we cannot give or receive anything of value. I can't receive $1. I cannot receive a donut for recommending a settlement service provider. As you guys start working in your offices, spending time in your offices, I hope my newbies on this call, I really do hope you guys like donuts, because people love to bring donuts by the office. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever that there was always donuts in the kitchen in the break room. Kind of over donuts now. Bring me a bagel and some cream cheese or something. But what's happening now, lenders are coming in anybody, settlement service, home inspectors, are coming in with a box of donuts and a stack of business cards. And they're saying, hey guys, we're just going to leave this in the break room. Help yourselves and let us know if we can help in any way. They can do that. What they can't do is walk in the door with a box of donuts and a stack of business cards and say, these donuts are for you, you, and you, because you sent me business last quarter. So if they're going to bring something to the office, they need to make it available to everybody. Why are they bringing donuts and business cards? Because they want you to use their services, but they can't thank you for using their services. We had a, I think it was a home warranty. I don't know. Somebody brought us lunch a month or so ago. They brought us a taco bar. Man, that was a good day. I liked that a whole lot. And they brought us a taco bar. And of course, we're listening to their little spiel about why we should use them. And while we're sitting there, another home warranty provider showed up with pastries. It's like, oh, this is awkward. Oh, so they're definitely going back out in full force. We had a great day that day, tacos and pastries. It was fun, but they're coming back out. They can provide for all. They just can't be selective. Please understand this fourth protection, this fourth restriction does not affect agent to agent referral fees. RESPA says we can still, so if I'm referring somebody to Karen up in Virginia, she can still send me a referral fee for sending her that business as long as my license is active. So agent to agent referral fees are still allowed. The other thing about this that RESPA now says, we need to disclose any affiliated business arrangements. So this idea, we're starting to see this idea of one-stop shopping, where you have an agent, an attorney, and a lender all under the same roof. And it might be that, you know, I can recommend their services and maybe I get some kind of, you know, not really a commission or a kickback, but some kind of incentive. If you're sharing a location with a lender or an attorney, or for example, again, I still can't say this is the lender you have to use. I can put that lender in my recommendations, but if my firm stands to benefit in any way from the buyer using that lender because we have this business arrangement, then we need to disclose what that business arrangement is. I used to work for a firm that had, or with a firm that had a business arrangement with a title insurance company. And they provided us a form to help us disclose that information to the borrower. So again, I didn't have to make the words up. The fifth thing that RESPA does to protect the consumer is they provide this know before you owe information booklet. Lenders are required to provide the consumer, the borrower, with this information. Just talks about buying a home, various things they should consider, encourages them to shop around, sample loan forms. The lenders are required to provide this to borrowers within 3 days of loan application. So within 3 days of loan application, I think I told you guys last night that my husband and I bought this house 2 years ago. And it was really interesting for me to go through it as a borrower, to actually see that end. And we received our booklet. It was through the lender's portal. So I got the email that says something's been delivered to you, and I had to log in and look at it. But then they had record of me logging in, so they knew that I accessed it. Of course, they can't make me sit down and read it, but they had record of me receiving it and viewing it. So I didn't actually get to touch the booklet as this person is, but I did get it. Again, this has to go out within 3 days of loan application. The sixth thing that RESPA does to protect the consumer, also within 3 days of loan application, is to provide that loan estimate. Old school people may refer to this as the good faith estimate. Same thing. And then RESPA defines loan application. I'm on page 479. My digital people were under that written estimate of closing costs. RESPA considers loan application when the lender has received those 6 pieces of information. 3 pieces are about the buyer or the borrower. 3 pieces are about the property. So loan application is when we have the applicant's legal name, their gross income, and their social security number. And then they also need the address of the property, the estimated value, and the requested loan amount. Once the lender has received those 6 pieces, that's when they have the loan application, and that's what triggers that 3-day count before the booklet and the loan estimate. The 7th thing that RESPA does to protect the consumer these days is providing that closing disclosure. So the buyer has a closing disclosure, the seller has a closing disclosure. We're going to keep those figures separate. Don't really care if the buyer sees the seller's numbers. RESPA is protecting the buyer to make sure the seller doesn't see theirs. That's the whole point of keeping it separate. Buyers and sellers are no longer sitting at the same settlement table together. If your seller attends settlement, the attorney will generally call the seller back first because it only takes them like 15 minutes. The buyers will hang out in the lobby. And then when the seller's done, the attorney will come back, get the buyers, take them back to the little room to get their paperwork signed. How many days prior to settlement does the lender have to get the closing disclosure to the borrower? You can show me on your hand. How many? Also 3. So 3 days for the loan estimate from loan application, 3 days prior to settlement for the closing disclosure. Isn't that nice that they're both 3? We don't have to keep up with that. So gee, Julie, what's the big deal? Well, penalties for violating RESPA. We could be looking up to criminal fines up to $10,000 per violation. You could get to go to jail for a year. An injunction is a legal stop. If the judge or the commission puts an injunction on you, you're not working until this thing gets resolved. There could also be civil lawsuits. And agents, don't worry. The real estate commission will get involved too. Now, on top of everything else, we're also facing disciplinary action. So I ask you guys as we go into break, is that $25 Amazon gift card worth it? Is that donut worth it? No, it's not a problem until it's a problem. It becomes a problem when you get caught. Then I'm gonna say, how many donuts did you receive? Pay up. Questions on RESPA, what they do to protect the consumer. Okay. All right, let's take 10. I got some questions for you guys when we get back from break. All right. Welcome back. Why don't you guys go ahead as you're coming back and set your chat to just me. Private chat to just me. I'm going to put some questions up like we did the other night. And you're going to tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. So, everybody ready? Private chat. Tell me A, B, C, or D. Okay. So, very rarely does second guessing yourself pay off, but sometimes it does. So RESPA requires that. RESPA is all about disclosing settlement. When we see RESPA, see Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, and what RESPA does is to disclose to the consumer the cost to close. What's it going to cost me to get to settlement? And guys, remember, what's wrong with C is that we don't care about the seller. Who RESPA is protecting in this transaction is the buyer, because they're the ones that are originating a loan. Questions on this one? Okay. All right, that was fun. Let's do another one. A, B, C, or D? An example of a kickback that is not allowed by RESPA, that's for surveyor, cannot pay you for sending them a lead. Settlement service provider, all the people, all the providers involved in that contract to closing process. RESPA says the only thing the surveyor can do is call you and say, thank you. And hear me when I say give or receive. So just because somebody tries to give you something doesn't mean we can accept it. Questions? Tell them to bring your office donuts. That's how you can thank me. Or a taco bar, even better. I take a taco over a donut any day. All right, let me stop sharing just for 1 second. I've got a few more questions for you guys, but I need to get there. Let's see. Private chat, A, B, C, or D. Commission generally appears on the settlement statement as a debit to the seller, unless we're told otherwise. What would be a good example? What would be of why when a seller may not pay our commission?
For sale by owner.
Yeah, FSBOs aren't under any obligation, are they? So when your buyer's interested in a FSBO, that's one of the early questions we need to ask if they don't advertise it. If they are willing to pay your commission, we have a form. It's the undisclosed agency fee agreement. I'll get the actual name of it for you guys. But because guys, when that FSBO says, yeah, I'll pay you, are you going to take them at their word? No. So we got a form we can provide. I'll get the actual name for you so I don't botch it up too bad. Do I have it on my little list? But anyway, the for sale by owner is under no obligation. So we just have to ask. And remember what our buyer's agency agreement says. Our buyer's agency agreement says, I will always ask the seller to pay me first. But if they can't or won't, you're up, buyer. So if the for sale by owner isn't willing to pay you before you show that property, make sure the buyer understands that if they move forward, they will pay your commission. Foreclosures may not pay you. You may have commission offered to you in the MLS, which is less than what your firm expects to collect. So when you look in the MLS, I showed a property once, and no kidding, they were offering me 0.5%. That's what the MLS said, 0.5%. And I'm a little naive. I know this about myself. And I called the listing agent and I said, I think I found an error in MLS. And she said, no, that's what my sellers are. I said, oh, thank you. So what did I do next? I called my buyers. I said, if y'all move forward with this, you're going to have to ante up some money because 0.5% ain't going to cut it. I was in a written buyer agency agreement. They did not buy that house. Phew. I think we're starting to see that more and more though. So make sure we're familiar with that buyer's agency agreement and how and when we can collect from our buyers in the event that the seller's not willing to pay what your firm considers full commission for working with that buyer. Fair enough?
I've even done that with the 2.5%.
Have you? And asked the buyer to pay for the other?
And
your
there's
firm expects to
generally,
collect
if you
3?
know, yeah, if you say it matter of fact, there's generally like no pushback at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is, we got to have that discussion up front with them. And I think, Aaron, we're going to start seeing, we're starting to see this more and more. You know, you might see like a 1% or, 2%. So just have these conversations with your buyers. And the best way to talk to them is to be familiar with that buyer agency agreement. Use that to help you put words in your mouth. Have you guys been following? I haven't checked on it lately, but the National Association of Realtors is in the throes of a huge lawsuit. The Department of Justice has gone after them, and sellers are claiming that it's not fair that we make them pay the buyer's agents commissions. And NAR stance has always been, whoa, whoa, whoa. Price fixing says we can't tell anybody how much commission to charge. But I haven't checked on it in a while. I don't know where it is, but depending on the outcome of this lawsuit, who we get paid by and how might change. I don't know. It might be that buyers start paying buyers agents and sellers start paying sellers agents. So we may be, depending on the outcome, we may be adjusting the way we practice. I always say the only thing consistent with real estate is change. So don't get too comfortable with something, because you never know what tomorrow could look like. Questions or comments on that? Okay. One more for you guys for now.
Hey, Julie.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yep.
So the sellers may end up paying a lot more real estate commissions than they are, because
I
they will
agree.
eventually have to pay it somehow.
Because
Nobody's
now
gonna
they
have a
got to
buyer
take a
agent.
lower price because the buyer's got to come up with that. I think they might be shooting themselves in the foot, Karen. I agree with you.
But I'm thinking, because the buyer doesn't want to come out of pocket to pay an agent, then they're going to do it on their own. And if they're going to do it on their own, then the seller's going to pay it anyway, because the listing agent's going to take it all.
Yeah, that could be
So I don't
true
know.
too.
I don't know
And
how
you
that's.
know, we know a lot of our buyers don't have a lot of out of pocket money. So I mean I mean, it could be very interesting.
Yes.
It could get very interesting. So this takes me back to, y'all be familiar with the buyer's agency agreement and what it says, how and when we expect to be paid.
Well, and what's even more interesting is, don't you, when you list a home, you know, you ask them what they want to net or what they need to net, and would you not consider the commission in that number?
I would.
I mean, right. So I mean, we're adjusting your price to get this done. So it's,
That's right.
call me crazy, but
I think you get, you know how it goes. You get an angry seller and they felt like they paid too much. And then, 20 others stood up and said, oh yeah, me too. And it's just turning into, and I still don't, I'm still not exactly clear on, what DOJ is accusing NAR of and how NAR, but I mean, guys, there's somebody suing. Did y'all see this as Mac and Cheese Company? Because the cooking time it says 3.5 minutes, but they're not counting in for preparation time. It's just microwave time. So now she's suing Mac and Cheese because the preparation. Right. So, I mean, you can sue anybody for anything. And we hear about some of these lawsuits coming out. Once somebody suing Texas Pete because it wasn't made in Texas. I mean, come on, you can always find an attorney to so, DOJ has some good attorneys, and here we are, but be very interested in this outcome and how it can change how we practice. I think something else that's kind of shot us in the foot is, guys, when you're promoting your services to buyers, please don't tell buyers that I work for you for free. I think what we're trying to tell the buyer is, I work for you, you won't have to pay my commission. But when we say our services is free, first off, what does that imply about our services and our work and what we do? But if we advertise that our services are free, what if your buyer goes after that FSBO that's not willing to pay your commission? So now you got to retract what you promote and say, well, I know I said for free, but they're not willing to pay me, so you have to. And now your buyer's thinking, that's not what you told me up front. So just be really careful. Others? I know that's a deep, deep topic. One more for you guys. A, B, C, or D? Okay. So in a North Carolina closing, yeah, seller pays for the day of closing only when we're prorating. If it's something we're not prorating, the buyer's responsible for theirs, the seller's responsible for theirs. So things that we typically prorate, always going to have taxes, unless we do a double debit. So I guess I can't say always. We'll have taxes, potentially HOA, and possibly rent. And that gets us through chapter 14, 2 chapters down and 1 to go. We're just trucking right along. Do I have any questions on chapter 14? So now we're going to go back to chapter 11. The star of chapter 11 is our offer to purchase and contract. We also have some other forms. Chapter 11 is kind of the forms chapter. We're going to look at some of the more commonly used addenda, not all of them, of course, but we will look at some of the more commonly used addenda. So in this chapter, we're going to talk about some sales contract preparations. Again, the highlight is standard form 2T. We're going to look at some commonly used addenda. So let's talk about, first off, the real estate commission's expectations of us when it comes to the contracts. We have this expectation to prepare and fill in the contracts competently. Our job is just to fill in the blanks, but we need to understand that those blanks are asking for something very specific. Just because we see a blank doesn't mean we could put any old thing in there. When we see a blank, it's asking for something very specific. And we need to make sure that we have an understanding of the forms that we are asking our clients to sign or to use as part of their transaction. I'm here to tell you guys right now, very few of your clients are reading these forms. You're going to send a 16-page offer to purchase a contract to your buyer to sign. You're going to fill it in for them, fill in the blanks, and you're going to send it to them to sign in like .loop, DocuSign. And you're going to say, look this over and let me know if you have any questions before you sign. And a minute and a half later, that signed offer is going to be sitting in your inbox. Are they reading the 16-page document in a minute and a half? I want to take that class and learn how to speed read that if they are, right? So I'm not saying all of them, but a good majority of buyers and sellers won't read. That's why they have us. They have the expectation that we have the knowledge of what's in the form, and that we're preparing them and help guide them through the transaction. I would like you guys to promise me that you will never, ever, ever send a form to a client or a customer for that matter without you first reading it, so you know what's in it. Will you guys all promise me that? Right hand up, say, Julie, I promise. Because that's a duty. I remember old car, right? And that's a big part of our old car. That's a big part of our duty, is to make sure that we are familiar with what's in that form, because they aren't. When it comes to preparing these things, again, the commission expects us to have the competency necessary. Pretty simple philosophy. When in doubt, find out. There are so many resources out there. If you don't know what goes in a blank, don't just think you're gonna wing it. Remember, we're helping our buyers and sellers create legally binding documents. You guys we have so many resources. You got your BIC, you got seasoned agents in your firm. There's a closing attorney somewhere. You all currently have in your possession the North Carolina Real Estate Manual. There's guidelines for completing the offer to purchase and contract. We'll talk a little bit about those. For those of you that are members of NAR, you also have access to NCAR, so it's like the state level of the national. Did y'all know, as a member of NCAR, we have access to a legal hotline? As a member benefit, you can email or call an attorney, and I've done it before, and I tell you, you get an answer pretty quickly. So you can't get away with, I didn't know, because the resources are out there for you to find out. And that's what the commission expects us to do, make sure we're preparing these things competently. We need to make sure that we have an understanding of all the provisions. Again, in those pre-printed forms, we're not drafting, we're not creating verbiage. All we're doing is filling in the blank. And as we said the other day, make sure that all points of agreement are in the final written contract. Y'all remember the parole evidence rule? It says the final written word will prevail. So make sure all negotiated terms are in that final contract. This isn't just your pre-licensing and post-licensing instructor harping on this. This is actually a North Carolina general statute. This says we cannot draft. We cannot draft legally binding documents for others. So any undertaking of any legal services, which does include drafting legally binding documents, is a violation of law. So not only could you get popped by the real estate commission, disciplinary action by the real estate commission, but you could also be facing legal issues as well. The only thing we're allowed to do, what was that?
I have another question. In Virginia, we are allowed to do that, and I do it all the time. As a matter of fact, I don't think any of my forms that I use are anywhere near the standards. But if I wanted to say something, or if my clients needed them to say something, could I send a draft, what I think it should be, to the attorney and have the attorney do it?
Because an attorney's involved. I mean, yeah, because the attorney's the one that creates it. So they're going to actually put, I don't know if they would take your verbiage or if they would, create their own, but, I would say my buyer wants this, this, and this, draft me something up.
And how much do they charge for something like that? I mean, having an attorney do all that stuff for you, that could get expensive.
I mean, I don't know what their legal fees are for that, but we got a closing attorney anyway, right? So it could just roll it into the services that they charge, the buyer. So we might be able to get like a bundle rate or something. Has anybody ever had to have an attorney draft something? I haven't. I guess I've been pretty fortunate that our pre-printed forms work for me. And we got a lot of them, Karen. So, I mean, it's going to be
very detailed. Yeah.
We got a lot. So I think it's going to be more of the rare situation that you need to do this. But in the event that we don't have a form that fits your situation, that's when we got to get that attorney involved.
Okay.
So again, all we're allowed to do is fill in the blanks. It sounds so easy, doesn't it? We just fill in the blanks. Gee, if only it was that easy. So the pre-printed forms that we have available for us to use are provided by NCAR. NCAR is the North Carolina Association of Realtors. And the forms that we use were jointly effort by NCAR and the North Carolina Bar Association. So attorneys draft our forms. NCAR got together with them and the two have come together. NCAR has a forms committee. You'll learn forms, the big ones, offer to purchase and contract, agency agreements, some of our addenda, update often, about once a year, not always big, huge, major changes, but changes are common. Just this past July, we went from a 15-page offer to purchase and contract to a 16-page. So we're probably not too far away from a 17-page, who knows? Only members of NCAR, only realtors can use NCAR forms. If you're not a member, then you need to have an attorney draft up the paperwork. NCAR, I think, does have few non-member forms, but for the most part, if you're not a member, if you're not a realtor, you know, only realtors can rock that capital R. So if you don't join the National Association of Realtors, I think sometimes where our forms come from is a source of confusion. The Real Estate Commission does not create our forms. The Real Estate Commission is a licensing governing body. They regulate our license. So NCAR does the forms, Real Estate Commission regulates our license. The only things that the Real Estate Commission provides us to use is working with real estate agent disclosure, RPODs, and MOG. Everything else comes from NCAR. If we're using a form not drafted by NCAR, if we're using a non-realtor form, there still are certain guidelines that we have to know. Make sure if we are using a non-NCAR form, that it follows the commission rule. Now, you don't necessarily need to know this number, but Commission Rule A.0112 tells us if we're using non-member forms, non-realtor forms, there are certain things, 19 specifically, that need to be addressed. I think, again, it's a common misconception that brokers can only use NCAR forms, and that's the farthest thing from the truth. The most commonly used forms are NCAR forms. We can use anything as long as it was drafted by an attorney and it meets this Commission Rule A.0112. I'll show you coming back from next break where you can access that rule. It's not uncommon, for example, for builders to have their own contracts. So if my buyer wants to buy a new construction, can we use the builder's contract? Sure, as long as it meets this rule, as long as it has those things. And most of those non-member forms will actually say, you know, drafted by the law firm. So you'll identify the attorney that did it. So again, we can help make sure it's valid, test its validity. Some things do not belong in the offer to purchase and contract. And I think the big picture of what's prohibited is us. I am not a party to the contract. Parties to the contract are who? Buyer and seller. Not agent, not Julie, not broker, not firm. Specifically, the Real Estate Commission says we cannot have any mention of our commission, compensation, bonus, rebate, referral fee. Would it surprise you guys if I told you there have been reports down to the commission about agents trying to slip themselves in a $500 bonus in the offer to purchase and contract? How bold is that? Where do we discuss our commission? And we actually just talked about this. If we're not going to do it in the contract, where do we talk about our commission?
The agency agreement.
Our agent, and thank you for Amanda and you guys that moved your mouse. Thank you for saying agency agreement. The common response I get to that question is listing agreement. And if you say listing agreement, you're halfway right. The other half is the buyer agency agreement. So if we just answer that question and say agency agreements, which are our employment contracts, that's where we discuss commission, bonuses, blah, blah, blah. Again, be familiar with those agreements. That's how we get paid. Know what that stuff says. The other thing the commission specifically says about what's prohibited is any liability disclaimer for the agent's actions or non-actions. So in other words, if let's say my buyer client waived the home inspection. I can't slip something in the contract that says buyer waived home inspection, even at the discretion of the agent. I can't put something in there to protect myself. That's why we have forms like the professional services disclosure. So if your buyer doesn't want the home inspection, don't put that in the contract. Put that in and then have the documentation where you try to convince them to explain to them the importance of having the home inspection. This is where things get interesting. The parties to the contract can draft, delete, add, amend, because they are a party to the contract. But here's the deal. Just because they can doesn't mean that they should. I always think of this as like the domino effect. If they say, oh, this provision doesn't apply to us, we're going to cross it out. They don't know the legalities of crossing that out. Like, what other provisions of the contract does that one that they deleted affect? If they start adding stuff, if they whip out their red pen and start making all sorts of changes, how down the road, how down the contract does that affect the legality of their documents? So when your buyer or seller starts whipping out their pen and saying, I'm going to make some changes here, make sure you tell them they need to talk to the attorney. I can't stop them from doing it, but I need to be on record of advising them, highly recommending them that they talk to their attorney. Guys, please remember what Old Car says too. I follow my clients' lawful instructions. Even if your buyer or seller looks at you and says, I give you permission to add this verbiage, the Real Estate Commission, that North Carolina general statute does not allow me to. So that's one of those things that I cannot do, even at their instruction. Everybody with me? This came up not too long ago in my firm. A buyer wanted my agent. They called me and they said, but they told me to. And I said, yes, but we have to follow their lawful instructions. They can, but that doesn't always mean that they should.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it says they may draft their own offer and
Mhm.
contract. So wouldn't it be in our best interest then to take that to our own attorney and see what's legal, what's not legal about that contract?
I mean, yeah, because first off, we got to make sure it follows that A.0112,
Yeah. That's
and if I'm
scary.
involved in that, I mean, I don't know. I just,
Mhm.
I don't think I want to be involved in that.
I
So
don't like it.
yeah.
Okay.
I've never had somebody want to do anybody. I think I've been lucky there. Maybe that happens more often than I think. If we kind of set the precedent up front, like, look, I provide the forms, all you got to do is sign,
Yeah.
maybe not let
I've
them
had
know.
it in like rental situations, but that's about it.
We got to know, guys, we got to stay in our lane. Buyers and sellers don't know my job. I know my job. Buyers and sellers don't know the parameters of my job. That's my job to know that. Does that make sense? So just because they ask, I need to know how to respond. I had a lender once. They were based out of Texas. They were headquartered in Texas. And like the lender's assistant called me, and I don't remember now what it was, but it was something. And she said, we don't do that in Texas. Can you cross that out? No, I can't. So NCAR's provided us these standard forms. You know, the whole purpose is to give us uniformity to transactions and to reduce our temptation to draft. Again, they got many scenarios, many situations covered by the pre-printed forms that they provide for us. Could you guys imagine? Karen, do you guys have any pre-printed forms in Virginia? I mean, do you have some? Yeah, okay, all right, I was curious, I didn't know. Karen's writing up all her offers on a Subway napkin or something, I didn't know. So you do have some pre-printed forms. Could you guys imagine if we didn't have a pre-printed offer to purchase and contract? And your buyer says, this is my dream home, let's write it up. And you say, great, I'll call our attorney first thing in the morning and schedule us an appointment. And then what, we have to wait a week or 2 or 3 or 5 to get in there to get with the attorney. We would never get anything sold, would we? So again, thank you for providing these forms for us so they're readily available. I mean, we could write an offer up at 3 o'clock in the morning if we really want to. We don't have to wait for the attorney. But it's also meant to hopefully reduce our temptation to draft. Put the pen down and walk away if you feel that urge. So we have several different contracts. The main focus, the main star of this class is Standard Form 2T. That's the one we're going to talk about. Just a few, actually. We also have an offer to purchase and contract for vacant lot and land, 12T. So if there's no structure on the property, if it's just dirt, if it's just land, I got a contract for that. We have a contract for new construction. We're going to talk a little bit more about new construction because we also have a new construction addenda. So we're going to have a conversation next week about when to use the new construction offer to purchase and contract and when to use the new construction addenda with Standard Form 2T. And then Allie, we have a whole set of commercial forms, the agreement for purchase and sale of real property. It's to my understanding, and maybe you can shed some light on this for us. It's to my understanding, though, that a lot of the commercial forms provided to us by NCAR are very basic and aren't applicable for all situations. So you guys end up calling an attorney anyway, because every situation is very unique. Does that sound, you Bob, in your head?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I mean, there's so many different, I don't want to say it's super different from residential, but it is. And I mean, just going through like my documents that I have access to, I have to type in specificities. And if I even put in like the word lease, there's 30 forms. So there's not necessarily one that's a catch-all.
Gotcha. The commercial forms that NCAR has are all in a 500 series. And I just say that just to give you the heads up. If you're residential, stay away from the 500 series. Anything that's in the 500 is a commercial form. We're not going to use that residential. And it sounds like commercial don't use many of it either. I'm sure you guys use some, but not all of these, like you said. The first 3 of these all have guidelines to complete. So you have, what do you put in this blank? What do you put in that blank? It kind of walks you through completing the offer to purchase and contracts. Another great resource to make sure that we're properly completing. Commercial forms, for whatever reason, do not have guidelines to complete, I guess because of the point that Allie just made about all the specifics. So I have those guidelines for you in the forms file. So for those of you that aren't members of NCAR yet, you can grab it and check it out if you want. We'll kind of show you where in just a bit you can find that. Within the guidelines to complete, it gives us general instructions for completing the form. So where I'm getting this information is from our guidelines, particularly for completing 2T. General instructions tell us to type if possible, otherwise print legibly in ink. I can't, we're almost in 2023, so I don't know why we would still be handwriting a contract. If you have to, though, use ink, don't use a purple crayon. Let's try to make this look official. Pencil's not going to stand up in a court of law. So we're going to type if possible, when possible. Guidelines to complete tell us to fill in all the blank spaces. Never leave a blank blank. There's two reasons for this. One, by leaving a blank blank, you're allowing the other side to slip something in there, possibly unbeknownst to you. So don't give them that opportunity. Second, by not leaving a blank blank, it lets the other side know that I didn't forget to fill it in. If you have a blank that's not applicable, you put N/A. If it's a money amount, you can put in 0 to indicate that we know that there's nothing in that blank. When we're filling these things in, we need to be precise. Don't use abbreviations. Don't use all of our broker jargon, acronyms. Remember, we are creating legally binding documents for the buyer and seller. So make sure the verbiage we're putting in there, they understand, they know what it is. Anytime we have a change, addition, or deletion, it has to be acknowledged by all parties. I think a cleaner way to make a change to the contract is by using the agreement to amend the contract that we looked at the beginning of class. If you're not using the agreement to amend and you're making changes on the contract, after a while they get difficult to read, create a new one, create a revised form. For those of you that are familiar with the contract, you know we don't have much room in the margins. We don't have much room to write stuff in. So after a while, it's going to get really hard to read. And I think one of the more important things that we can say is to review these contract provisions with your buyer seller, because I'll say it again, guys, they are not reading this. So we need to make sure that they understand. When I was heavy in sales, is before this crazy market we were in. And it was a time where you would like still go out and show buyers properties. So we might go out Saturday and see like 12 properties or something like that. And once I got to know the buyer and I got comfortable with them, I actually like putting buyers in my car, because that gives me the opportunity from this house to that house to have conversations about due diligence fee and earnest money and what happens if you terminate, da 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 da. We're not putting buyers in cars anymore. We don't have 12 homes to go out and show them, although we are getting back to that. But that doesn't negate the fact that it's still our responsibility to have these conversations and make sure that they understand the terms, knowing that they're probably not reading them. When it comes to our contract in 2T, the commission has also given us a list of persistent problems, issues that they've gotten complaints on over and over and over again, and they're asking us to stop it now. For you guys, they're asking you to never start it to begin with. All right, so let's squash these eggs before they ever start. Do not list the seller as the owner of record in the contract. You have a deed, you have access to the deed. You can get the name or names of the sellers. The Real Estate Commission feels that putting owner of record is lazy. And they say, stop it. Listing fixtures that do not convey or personal property that will. We'll review these when we look at our contract. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. Right? Fixtures stay, personal property goes. The only time they need to be in the contract is when they're going to do the opposite of their intent. If a fixture is going to go and personal property is going to stay, that's when we put it in the contract. We need to make sure that we're defining critical dates. Put an actual date in for due diligence. Put an actual date in for settlement. If we put, for example, 30 days from the effective date, it gets confusing. So actually put a date in the contract. This one blows my mind. I cannot believe this is a persistent problem. We have a duty to timely present offers to our sellers. Why are we sitting on offers? Why are we not presenting offers? Do we understand how this works? You present an offer to get it under contract, you go under contract, you get to closing, that's when we get paid. If I don't present the offer, how am I going to get to closing? Anybody have any insight on this? Why in the world is this an issue? I don't get it. Yeah, me neither. And then another problem we've seen is handling those due diligence repairs and negotiations. Let's make sure we're good. All repairs have to be agreed on, in writing, and signed while we're still in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. I'm going to say that again. All repairs, all agreed upon repairs have to be in writing and signed while we are still in due diligence. 501 is too late. We are out of due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. Do I have questions on that?
Is there is the buyer, when the offer comes in, can they write in though that they want the repairs done before due diligence, or they'll walk away? Or
I mean, I guess so, because they can do what they want to, but I would be very, very careful with that, because you got to consider by the time we're getting to this point, we're awfully close to the end of due diligence. So, I mean, if you tell the seller, if we only got 2 days and you say these got to be done, the seller is probably not going to agree to do the repairs, because it's going to be hard for them to get their contractor out there to fix whatever, I mean, anything's negotiable, right?
no,
So-
I mean, like if I had a buyer, I'm the buyer's agent and I'm
Mhm.
presenting an offer. My
Mhm.
buyer may say, I want
Oh, I
this
see.
fixed. I want it done before due diligence runs out,
Yes.
or I'm gonna walk.
Yes,
Can they
I'm
write
sorry.
in?
Yep, I misunderstood. Yes, you can. And I actually we got a form for that. So that's one of the forms that we'll look at. That's one of the commission's favorite answers. I got a form for that. So yeah, we got a provision in a form, and we'll actually look at that one. Probably not tonight, but we'll see it. We'll see it next week. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions so far before we take break? All right, so before we go to break, hang on, I got one more thing to say. When we come back, we're going to go off PowerPoint. We're going to go straight to standard form 2T. So we're going to spend the rest of tonight. We'll start with this next week. Just to give you some reference, in your book, starting on page 329, there's a review of the major provisions. Here's another resource for you guys. Your hard book, there's some things that are out of date. So if you're looking at the digital copy, again, not to push that digital copy, but when they update something, they can update the digital version. So for those of you that have digital, you have the current hard book copy, you don't. And then the next part of this discussion is going to be referring to the guidelines for completing standard form 2T. And again, I'll show you where we have that, so you know where to reference that. So this is where we're going to go after break, heading to 2T. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back and we'll talk contract. Guess break got away from me too. Sorry about that. I put, for some reason in your forms folder, the guidelines isn't there. So I just put it in the chat during breaks. Everybody see that? Check out your chat. You should have a, so this is just the guidelines to complete. So. The offer to purchase and contract, that is in your forms folder. So again, I'm in Learn Test Pass. Down here near the very bottom, there's the link to forms. When you click on this, you get our forms and way more many forms than what we're going through in this class. So that's the good news. But again, particularly the reason we have these here is because not all of you are affiliated yet. So if you're not affiliated, you don't have access, and we certainly want you to be able to view. If you are affiliated, your firm provides them through, you know, .loop, DocuSign, something like that. So here is our standard form 2T. The very first thing I want to do is talk about what we're dealing with here. This is our offer to purchase and contract. This one form serves two purposes. It serves the purpose of an offer to purchase, and upon acceptance becomes a legally binding contract. Buyers will use this to present their offers to the seller. Sellers consider it. If they accept it, then it becomes a contract. You'll also note here that it does refer you to those guidelines. Again, if you're just coming back, I put those guidelines in the chat, so you should have that PDF. They're not in your forms folder for some reason, but I did give them to you guys. So please let me know if you didn't get that. I'm happy to send it to you. The first provision, probably the first 2.5 pages of this form, is defining terms, defining various things. This is a big part of our focus, particularly when working with buyers and sellers. This allows us to help them understand what due diligence is. We're going to define that effective date, various things. The first thing we're going to define is who are the parties to the contract. We need full legal names of all sellers. By all sellers, I mean everybody that needs to sign that deed to convey it and their spouses. If they have a significant other not on the deed, North Carolina is a spousal state. 1 to buy, 2 to sell. We also need full legal names of all the buyers, everybody that plans on purchasing the property. If there's a co-signer on the loan, for example, the lender may require that person, have a conversation with them. Make sure you are identifying each party. Guys, my name is not Mrs. Ryan Campbell. We are not Mr. and Mrs. Campbell. When you're filling this out for us, you're going to have Ryan L. Campbell and Julie A. Campbell. We are two separate entities, two separate people, I should say, and we need to be listed on there. You can, if you want to, identify our relationship. So you can identify as, you know, husband and wife, maybe as brother and sister buying. I had a situation once where the daughter was buying, but mom was paying for it. Mom said, I want to be on the deed. So I identified that relationship as mother and daughter. So we all knew who it was. We knew who was buying. So if you want to identify the relationship, once we define who the buyers and sellers are, once we define a term, seller, buyer, property, we'll talk about that in a second. Do you guys see back up here, and I'll let you read some of this, but do you see like here, buyers capitalized and it normally wouldn't be, sellers capitalized and it normally wouldn't be, property? The reason that these are capitalized when they normally wouldn't be is because I have defined specifically who that is. Does that make sense? So it's not just any buyer, it's the buyer, it's this buyer. So if you see something like that that goes against your grammar training and you know, why is that capital B? It's because we're telling you what buyer it is, the buyer that we defined on this page. The property shall include all that real estate described below, together with appurtenances, including improvements, located fixtures, personal properties that we're going to see in paragraphs 2 and 3 below. Property will or it will not include a manufactured home. If there is a manufactured home, buyer and seller should include the provision in the additional provisions addendum. This is one of the addenda that we will look at next week. One thing I like a whole lot about our offer to purchase and contract, when there may be a need to use an addenda, it tells us. So it gives us that, like it's saying, if you're going to use a mobile home, manufactured home, include the additional provisions addendum. So again, being familiar with this form, knowing this thing in and out, will also help us get the applicable addenda. And then we're going to list the street name, city, zip, county, because this is a North Carolina form for North Carolina brokers. They already fill the state in. We don't have to do that. Probably about, I don't know, 8 years ago, 10 years ago-ish, the forms committee added in a lot of our forms, agency agreement, contracts, addenda, amendments, blue notes and red warnings. And the reason they added these was to help draw our attention to this information. So when you see a blue note or a red warning, it's trying to tell you something important. Don't just gloss over it. It's there for a reason. So our first blue note says governmental authority over taxes, zoning, school districts, utilities, and mail delivery may differ from the address shown. You could get a property out in rural somewhere where the mailing address and the street address aren't the same. So this is just warning us that we may have conflicting information here. Then we have the legal description of the property, and we are instructed to complete all applicable. So whatever is applicable about this property, you have your plat reference. If it's got a plat map, if it's in a subdivision or a condominium, we'll fill that in. There's your plat book, slide and page, your tax, PIN, or other identification, other description. Maybe you have the legal description. And then you got your deed book and page. I think any county has a GIS. That's almost always a good place to start. Just search the county GIS. A lot of times that'll direct you to the tax information, that'll direct you to the deed, that'll direct you to, you know, all the places you need to go. Some of you may have experienced that all counties' GIS systems are different. So about the time you get Forsyth County mastered and then you go over to home in Guilford, it's like learning a whole new system. So just be patient with it, working your way around it. You guys explored some of these GIS systems yet? And the information from there you can get, it's good stuff, isn't it? So guys, make sure that you're, looking things up, make sure that you're getting the information, and make sure you're documenting it. If you get reference from a plat book or a deed book and page, why not put it in your transaction file so you have that documentation? What do we document? Everything. Then we're going to define the purchase price. So the purchase price is broken up into several different things. So let's talk about what these blanks are and how we're going to break these up. The first blank is the amount that the buyer and the seller agree to. What's the sales price of the property? We're going to put that amount in. It says paid in US dollars upon the following terms. The second blank there is our due diligence fee. Again, a negotiated amount. We'll talk about how this works in just a second. The due diligence fee is made payable and delivered to who? The seller. And when is it due? By the effective date. We're going to define the effective date on page 2. That's why effective and date are capitalized, because we know we can find that definition somewhere in the contract. So we will define those. And then we need to identify how that due diligence fee is going to be made payable to the seller. Is it going to be a cash, personal check, bank check, wire transfer, or some other electronic transfer? I just throw this out as a warning. If your buyer wants to pay the seller the due diligence fee through like Cash App or something, run it by the lender first. Just make sure that the lender's okay with a Cash App or Venmo. The third line there is our initial earnest money deposit. This is made payable and delivered to who? The escrow agent, which we're going to define on the next page. And again, we got to identify, is it going to be a cash, personal check, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer? And when is this due? Within 5 days of the effective date. It gives us this information. So when is the seller supposed to get the due diligence? By the effective date. When's the earnest money due? Within 5 days of the effective date. Everybody see? Everybody see? It's right there. Our fourth line is additional earnest money. Again, made payable and delivered to the escrow agent that we're going to define. The additional earnest money has a time being of the essence. The additional earnest money is due no later than 5 p.m. on, and then we're going to fill in a specific date. Additional earnest money can be cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. You will note under additional earnest money, personal check is not an option. When it comes to additional earnest money, we need readily available funds. So this is the deal between initial and additional earnest money. It's both earnest money. It's all earnest money. All of this is completely negotiable. Maybe we agree to X amount of initial earnest money, and then the buyer agrees to pay additional earnest money, for example, at the end of due diligence. Maybe we don't do any initial, we do all additional that's due when we get to the end of due diligence. In other words, it's all negotiable, but we have options. The buyer and the seller can negotiate this. Let's say, for example, the buyer offers, I don't know, $5,000 in earnest money. And the seller counters and they say, nope, I want 10. And the buyer says, well, I have 5 I can give you now, and then I can give you the other 5 in 2 weeks. We could negotiate to have 5,000 initial and 5,000 additional due in 2 weeks. Does this make sense? It's all negotiable, and it's how the parties, I've seen cases before where the initial is 0 and all the earnest money is in the additional. Let's think about what's happening for a second here. When we go under contract, where does that earnest money go?
To the escrow agent.
It goes and hangs out in an escrow account, doesn't it? The earnest money, as we're going to learn, shows the seller the buyer's good faith. If the buyer terminates within due diligence, they get their earnest money back. If they terminate after due diligence, the seller gets the earnest money. So some agents will say, we're not going to do any initial because the buyer's going to get that back if we terminate anyway. So let's do all additional, due at the end of due diligence. And then that way, if we decide to move forward, then we put that money in the escrow account. My point of all that to say is there's no wrong way to handle this. It's whatever the buyer and the seller agree to. Earnest money is earnest money is earnest money. We just have options on how we want to deliver that to the escrow agent. Do you have any questions on that? Points in negotiations. Here's a line if we're doing a loan assumption, if the buyer's assuming the seller's loan. I think somebody asked about a form earlier, so I got a form for that. By assumption of the unpaid balance and all obligations of the seller on the existing loan, secured by a deed of trust, in accordance with the attached, and I have a prompt here to use a loan assumption addendum. If we're going to do seller financing, I got a prompt here to use a seller financing addendum. If it's a new construction building deposit, I got a prompt here to use that. Isn't that nice? If we have to use a form, the contract tells us, or an addenda, the contract tells us. Thank you. I'll be honest, I've never seen, and I don't believe we ever will see, a contract where every single one of these lines have something in it. This is a heck of a deal, and I would at least get your BIC involved if we're going to do all of this. Loan assumption, new construction, seller finance, and yeah, this is a lot. So again, you guys, if you're not going to fill in a blank, put a 0 in here. Let's make sure we all understand that there is no loan assumption. There is no seller financing. There is no building deposit. You guys see what I'm saying? We fill in the applicable blanks for this particular transaction. What's that? Oh, subject to. That's not in here. We'd have to have a form. Yep. If you were doing it subject to the mortgage, we don't have a form for that. So I don't have a form for everything, but I have a form for a lot of things. So how this works. Buyer makes an offer to the seller, purchase price of $100,000. They've offered, I'm just making numbers up, 500 due diligence and 500 earnest money. So then we have a balance of $99,000 is this last line. Balance of the purchase price in cash at settlement. Some or all of it, which may be paid with the proceeds of a new loan. The top line minus all the lines in between have to equal the bottom line. The purchase price minus everything in between has to equal this balance. And that you start with making the offer, and then you have some counters and you go back and forth. So once you come to an agreement, when you are finalizing this thing, make sure that that still adds up. Make sure that that top line minus everything in between adds up. Any questions on this little section?
I don't have any questions on this form. Will we talk more though about things to consider when we're doing new construction? And they have their own contract. I mean, I know you said they're like 19 points or what have you.
Mhm.
So the attorney, when the attorney is looking at it, he's just looking at it to see if it hits those 19 points, right, from a legal standpoint.
Well, that's a commission rule. So that, that's what the commission expects us to know. And thank you. I meant to show you guys that after break and I forgot. So see what happens when I don't make a note. So I'll take us back out the commission's website and show you where you can get access to that rule. If you need attorney to get involved to validate it, of course you can, but the commission says, look, if you're using something other than the standard forms, it's got to have these 19 provisions in it.
Okay.
So we'll look at that. I got a note now. I know better than to go off note. My little brain. Anything else so far? Okay. Just take a pause here for a second. Let's identify a couple things we got going on. This is an NCAR form. I'm a member of NCAR, thus I'm allowed to rock the capital R. If you're not a member of NCAR, you can't have that capital R. It reminds us that this form is jointly approved by the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors. We have our Equal Housing Opportunity logo. This is standard form 2T, and then it also tells us when it's last revised. Please always make sure you're using the current form. I honestly think making sure we use the current form is a lot easier now that we have electronic forms. So when the forms update, .loop does away with the old and gives us the new. So you don't have to worry about having old stashed. There was a time before electronic forms and agents would print like 10 of these things out and put them in the trunk of their car so they'd always have one. And then the form would update and they wouldn't clean out their trunk. And then they'd put new forms in there. So now we got 3, 4, 5, 6 versions, and then it got confusing. Again, thank you, electronic forms, for doing away with 721 forms and just providing 722 forms for us. But if you do have anything old stashed away, just make sure you get rid of it. Always make sure you're using the current forms. Here's a blue note. If the parties agree that the buyer will pay any fee or deposit described above by electronic or wire transfer, seller agrees to cooperate in effective such transfer, including the establishment of any necessary account and providing any necessary information to the buyer, provided, however, that the buyer shall be responsible for additional costs, if any, associated with the transfer. So again, if we're doing a wire transfer, the seller agrees to provide their bank account information. If we're going to do Cash App, the seller has to provide that information. And if there's any fees involved, the buyer is going to pay for those. Should the buyer fail to deliver the due diligence fee or the initial earnest money by their due dates, or should any of these checks bounce, sometimes that happens, if they're dishonored by the institution upon which the payment is drawn, the buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver readily available funds, again, no personal check, to the payee. So if they're not paid on the effective date or 5 days within the contract, due diligence is the effective date, earnest money, initial earnest money is within the 5 days of the contract, or if either one of these bounce, the seller has to provide written notice to the buyer, in which the buyer has, after that written notice, 1 banking day to deliver readily available funds. Your first check bounced, I do not want another check from you. I want cashier's check, wire transfer, etc. If the buyer does not timely deliver those funds, seller shall have the right to terminate this contract upon written notice to the buyer, and the seller shall be entitled to recover the due diligence fee along with the earnest money paid or to be paid in the future. So it's in there right there. If you don't deliver the checks, or if the checks bounce, this is how we need to proceed. We have a form that the seller can use to provide written notice. Now, please note, it doesn't specify that we have to use the form. Technically, written notice is an email, right? The seller could send the buyer an email, written notice. However, the form just keeps things clean and it's provided to us. That's on my list of forms for us to look at. So we will see that when we get to it. One of the new changes, I don't think it was this time, I think it was last year, July 21. They moved all parties breaches. They created a brand new paragraph for breach. So when we get into paragraph 23, we're going to learn specifically about the buyer's breach and the seller's breach. And that's what's referring us to there. Guys, please understand, we're going to see in just a second, earnest money due diligence, they do not create a valid contract. Remember earlier this week, we were talking about the essential elements of a valid contract: legality of object, mutual assent, consideration. Did I mention earnest money or due diligence? Let's keep in mind that those amounts are completely negotiable between the parties. The Real Estate Commission is very helpful when it comes to this. And they say that the earnest money and the due diligence is whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. Gee, thanks. There's no formula. There's no standard. There's no guidelines. It's all negotiable. So if the buyer offers 0 earnest money and the seller accepts 0 earnest money, we have formed a legally binding contract with how much earnest money? 0. It doesn't affect the validity of a contract. Everybody with me? Completely negotiable amounts. And again, if they're late or they bounce, the contract spells out those remedies. The contract helps us know what to do. Questions on that?
I'm just curious how you get the due diligence money to the seller on the effective date. I mean, that's kind of impossible, isn't it?
It gets tricky. So, I mean, it's been my experience that as long as you communicate with the listing agent, I mean, if we go under contract tonight at 8:57, I'm not delivering you a due diligence check. I'm sorry, it's 9 o'clock at night, right? So I would call you, the listing agent, and say, hey, Karen, I'm so glad. I look forward to working with you and I'm glad we're under contract. And I'm meeting my buyer at lunch tomorrow. And as soon as I get it, I'll drop it off, right? So I mean, could that stand up? Yeah, because the contract says, but I think most of us are reasonable in understanding that, to your point, it's really hard to get that due diligence there by the effective date. I do wish they would change this to 5 days or 3 days or something, because that makes it a lot more reasonable. But
In a
again,
crazy
my
market,
experience
somebody could
says
use
as long
that,
as
you know?
we communicate, then, you know, you can't, I'm not bringing you a check at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm not going to do it, you know?
What happens in a crazy market when you receive a better offer right after you ratify and they use that to get out of it?
You know, they got to provide written notice, in which case the buyer has 1 banking day. So you send me an email tonight saying, bring me my due diligence. I still got 1 banking day to deliver it to you. So if nothing else, we could enact that, right? And then if I don't have it to you by 5 o'clock tomorrow, now your seller can terminate and accept that better offer.
Gotcha.
So if it's late, and again, it all starts with the buyer receiving that written notice. This isn't automatic. You got to send that written notice. So if you say, I need this tonight at 9 o'clock, send me my written notice and I'll get it to you tomorrow. But again, it's been my experience that, would you guys agree with me, agents, buyers agents, listing agents, as long as we communicate and I kind of let you know the plan. I mean, now if I don't show up tomorrow, you're probably upset with me. But again, if you've enacted that written notice, then 5 o'clock tomorrow, we're out. Anything else on that? Next up, we're going to define, we're still defining things. So let's define the earnest money deposit. This says the initial earnest money deposit and the additional earnest money deposit and any other earnest monies paid or required to be paid in connection with this transaction, all together known as the earnest money deposit. It's all the same thing. Shall be deposited and promptly held in an escrow by the escrow agent until closing, at which time it will be credited to the buyer or until this contract is otherwise terminated. In the event this offer is not accepted or a condition of any resulting contract is not satisfied, then the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Again, we're directed to see paragraph 23 below. We may be asked to hang on to the buyer's earnest money while we're in the throes of negotiations. Let's all understand the buyer doesn't owe earnest money until when and if this thing becomes a contract. So if the offer never becomes a contract, we need to get that back to the buyer. They don't owe that money. If the buyer, if we terminate within due diligence, and we're going to spell this out a little bit better in a future provision, then we're going to refund it to the buyer. And once again, we're directed to that paragraph 23 below, which we'll see next week. Then we define who the escrow agent is. We need to put the name of the either real estate firm that's going to hold the earnest money or the attorney's firm. Don't put individual people. Don't put the name of the agent. Don't put the name of the attorney. We want the names of the firm. So again, if the listing firm is holding the earnest money, identify the firm. If the closing attorney, identify their practice, whatever the name of that firm is. Buyer and seller consent to disclose by the escrow agent of any material facts pertaining to the earnest money deposit to the parties, their agents, and the buyer's lender. Here's a blue note. In the event of a dispute between seller and buyer over the disposition of the earnest money deposit held in an escrow, a licensed broker is required by state law, and the escrow agent, if not a broker, hereby agree to retain the earnest money deposit in the escrow account until the escrow agent has obtained a written release from the parties consenting to its disposition, or until disbursement is ordered by a court of a competent jurisdiction. If a broker or an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina is holding the earnest money, the broker or the attorney may not deposit the disputed monies with the appropriate, may deposit the monies with the appropriate clerk of courts and according with this North Carolina general statute. If we terminate, we're going to learn in this contract, it's pretty clear. If we terminate within due diligence, the buyer gets their earnest money back. If we terminate after due diligence, now the seller gets the earnest money. That's what happens to the earnest money. Everybody with me so far? And we're going to spell this out in the contract. If we terminate, no matter if we're inside or outside of due diligence, if we terminate, both parties have to agree to release the earnest money. It doesn't get released automatically. It's part of our termination forms that, they agree to release it to the party that's supposed to get it. If either party is unwilling to sign, now the earnest money is in dispute. And what this is saying is that the escrow agent can't make the decision about what happens to that earnest money. It's not their money to make the decision about what happens to it. They're just acting as a neutral holding ground, as a neutral holding party. So if we don't have both parties releasing it, if the money's in dispute, the escrow agent hangs on to it for X amount of time. I honestly don't remember how much time. They make several attempts to get the parties to agree to release it. And after those attempts in that X amount of time, if they can't get the parties to agree, they're just going to turn it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. Escrow agents can't make decisions about what happens to the earnest money, even though that's what the contract says. Questions on that? The parties agree that a real estate brokerage firm acting as an escrow agent may place the earnest money deposit in an interest-bearing trust account, and that any interest earned shall be dispersed to the escrow agent monthly in consideration with the expenses incurred by maintaining such account and records associated therewith. I don't know why, but in pre-licensing, this is one of the top questions I get. Can they put it in an interest-bearing trust account? Yeah, sure, why not? Can I make money off of your money? Yeah. I collect that interest once a month. I move it from my trust account to my operating account. I don't know how much money you got in your earnest money that's enough collecting interest, but you know, if you have enough earnest money or enough security deposit, you may want to get your $10, $11 a month, so you can have that interest. Then we're going to define the effective date. The effective date is what I refer to as that magic moment in time when it becomes a contract, when it goes from being an offer to contract. And we have to have two things that happens, right? We have to have the last one to sign, and the signing has to be communicated to the party making the offer. We have to have the last offeree's signature, and we have to have communication of acceptance. The parties acknowledge and agree that the initial lines at the bottom of the page are merely evidence of their having reviewed the terms of each page, and that the complete execution of such initial lines shall not be conditioned to the effectiveness of this agreement. I'm going to go back up real quick. The bottom of every page of our contract has a place for everybody to initial. Page 1, page 2, page 3, every single page. And what that little provision is saying is that the initials are not what create a valid contract. The initials just say, yes, I've read page 1. Yes, I've read page 2. Yes, I've read page 3. What creates the valid contract, what we're looking for, is the signatures at the end. Again, electronic forms has really helped us. Back in the day when we were on paper, it was easy to forget an initial. Remember all those stickers we got running down the side? Sign here, sign here, sign here. Sometimes those fall off, right? At least now electronic, we have better control. And when I send this to you to sign, I can make sure all the initial boxes are filled in. But if I forget one, that's okay. We're still under contract as long as I have your signature. So I'm going to take a pause here real quick. And Hermanda, before I forget again, because we know me by now, right? If we go to ncrec.gov, so we go to the commission's website where we just got a plethora of information, and scroll down on the home page here, and you got a couple things I just kind of want to point out before we look at it. All the current license law and rules on this link. We're going to click on this just a second and see. But the other thing I want to let you guys know is that They keep us updated on proposed rule changes, approved rule changes. So you can see here's the approved rules effective July 2022. And then you guys also have the ability to subscribe to the commissions. You can be on a mailing list. So when they start talking about rule changes, they'll send you an email. When they start talking about approved changes, they'll send you an email. So you can subscribe. Isn't that kind of cool? You can subscribe on this and always be in the know about what may change and what is changing. But clicking on this link, license law and rule, is going to always take us to the current. And it gives us a breakdown, license law and commission rule. License law is chapter 93A, commission rule is 58. So if we look at commission rule, and the rule for using a non-NCAR form is rule A.O.112, offer and sales contracts. So if we're using a non-NCAR form, a broker acting as an agent shall not use a pre-printed offer or sales contract unless the form describes or specifically requires. And there's those 19 things that we need to be looking for. So on the home page, license law and rule, commission rule, and it's A.O.112. Questions? Let's take our last break. Go till 22, and then we'll finish out the night. Still talking about our offer to purchase and contract. We back for the last hour. Halfway there. Time those alarms go off in the morning. Time we got to get up early. Yeah.
5 a.m.
Oh my gosh. Is that every morning? Ugh. All right. Questions so far? All right, we keep going. Still defining things, still on terms and definitions. Now we're going to define what due diligence is. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property and the transaction contemplated by this contract, including but not necessarily limited to the matters described below, which we'll get to decide whether the buyer, in their sole discretion, will proceed with or terminate this transaction. That's the whole point of the due diligence, for the buyer to investigate the property, decide if they want to buy it or not. Remember, you guys, North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. Caveat emptor means what? Buyer beware. This is the buyer's opportunity to learn. If the seller doesn't have to disclose anything, isn't it only fair that the buyer gets an opportunity to learn on their own? And that's what this is. This is the answer to caveat emptor. Then we talk about the due diligence fee is a negotiated amount, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller for what? For the buyer's right to terminate this contract for any reason or no reason during the due diligence period. Let's think that through. It is the buyer's right to terminate. Why does the buyer have to pay the seller? For the right to terminate. If the buyer terminates during due diligence, they have exercised their right to terminate. The seller can't go after the buyer for terminating. They accepted money or declined not to receive any for that right. And why may they terminate? Maybe they have a perfectly good reason. Maybe they don't. They have that right to terminate for any reason or no reason, as long as they terminate within due diligence. Let's say we have a really bad home inspection and it comes back that everything's broke. It's like an 80-page report. And it's just all bad. The buyer may say, yeah, I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to terminate. The buyer literally could wake up tomorrow and say, nah, I don't want to buy. That's what they're paying for, is that right to terminate for any reason or no reason. I think the common misconception out there is that the buyer's paying the seller to take their home off the market and not allow any more showings, blah, blah, blah. Can the seller still allow showings while we're under contract? Sure, it's up to the seller if they want to stop showings. Could the seller accept a backup offer, a backup contract while we're under contract? Absolutely. That's a form that we'll look at, our backup contract. So we'll have that conversation next week.
Okay, this is why I have an issue with due diligence. If they can
Why's
take,
that?
if it's not tying up the property and it's not affecting them adversely, then why on earth should they ever get anything?
They don't have to disclose.
Well, yeah, but that's okay. You're going to find out.
So the
whether-
buyers don't get any rights. The buyers just got to take what they get.
No, they can terminate and each person goes their own direction.
So then the
Nobody's
seller's out. The seller's
no
taking,
damages.
I
Nobody's
mean,
damaged.
you know? See, I think that's why I think this is an answer to Cap. If the seller had to disclose, because some states the sellers have to disclose all the problems, they got to tell you, da 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 da, and then the buyer doesn't have to do their investigations. Here, the seller doesn't have to disclose, so the buyer's encouraged to do investigations, so they learn to decide if they want to terminate or not.
We're a buyer beware state too in Virginia, but we
And
do
you
not
guys
have
don't
to
do this. So
Mm-mm.
the seller gets nothing if the buyer terminates. Is that what you're saying?
Only if they're in default of something and then the earnest money deposit is given to them.
So, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know why they, yeah. And like John said, due diligence is fairly new to North Carolina. When I say fairly new, I think we got due diligence 10, 12 years ago. The old contract before we got due diligence, just as a side note, we had alternative 1 and alternative 2. And quite frankly, for the life of me, I do not remember what alt 1 was, but alt 2 was basically what we know now as the due diligence period. And Karen, to your point, nobody used alt 2 because nobody liked it. Nobody knew what it meant. We all did alt 1. And like I said, I don't remember what alt 1 was. It was probably something similar to what you guys did in Virginia. But at some point it changed. Alt 1 went away. And now we just have this due diligence, this period here.
We just have contingencies, and really the contingency is your financing and a home inspection. That's it.
It's amazing to me how much can change going from state to state to state.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have due diligence.
I hear you. And a lot of people aren't a fan of it. A lot of people, it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just still trying to wrap my brain around it.
Right. Let's see, when I bought my condo in 2006, it was alt 1, alt 2. I wonder if I still have that, if I can pull that up. I won't like tonight or anything, but I need to just at some point try to see if I can't find that. And yeah, I don't, but you're right. It was probably something to what you guys, and I remember when we got due diligence and it was an uproar. I mean, yeah, it was an event. Like you could hear it across the state because they all were where you are, but I guess now we're just so used to it that we're like, oh yeah, it's due diligence is what we do. But 10 years ago, it was a thing, or whenever we got it, it was a thing, definitely. So the due diligence fee, again, paying the buyer's paying the seller for the right to terminate. That's all this is the right to terminate. It shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date and shall be, here it is again, a credit to the buyer at closing. The due diligence fee shall be non-refundable except in the event of a material breach of this contract by the seller, or if this contract is terminated under there's that paragraph 23, again, as otherwise provided. For the most part, the seller's not going to have to give back the due diligence. However, if the seller breaches, remember we talked about compensatory damages. That's one thing that the buyer could go after the seller for, is the due diligence, earnest money, any inspections they've had done. Those are those compensatory damages.
So Julie, in one way then, if the seller doesn't have to give back due diligence, that's what you just said, right?
Mm-hmm. Unless they're in breach, correct.
So in one way, the way I'm thinking about it is that it kind of gives you, and the seller can still continue to show the home if they want to and all of that, right?
Sure.
So then it just kind of gives you, the buyer, kind of like first right of refusal if there are other offers, right?
Well, we're under contract at this point, right? So we're, we're past the offer phase. We formed a contract if we're terminating that contract, because the buyer doesn't owe due diligence until we are under contract.
Right. Okay. No, I was just always been, I was waiting for you to get to the earnest money part, and I said maybe this will make more sense, but it has not been clear to me why you have to have both. Why you have to pay both.
And that's a great, so the due diligence we said is the right to terminate, right? That's what the buyer's paying for. The earnest money is, and always has been, the buyer showing the seller their good faith. The seller wants to know that this is a serious buyer. They're not just out there kicking tires. And how can the buyer prove to the seller their good faith? I'm going to put up X amount, put it in an escrow account. If I terminate, I'll get it back. If I breach after due diligence, then it's yours. Possibly. But what repairs do the seller has to, what do they have to do? No matter if you have $1, if you have 100,000, they still don't have to do any repairs. So do they have to cooperate with the buyer? No. Let's see, buyer and seller, where's my mouse? Each expressly waive any right they might have to deny the right to conduct due diligence or to assert any defense as to the enforceability of this contract based on the absence or alleged insufficiency of the due diligence fee. It being the intent of the parties to create a legally binding contract for the purchase and sale of property without regard to the existence or amount of the due diligence fee. Once again, we're directed to paragraph 23. And then we define the due diligence period, the period beginning on the effective date and extending through 5 p.m. on whatever date we put in there. Time being of the essence. Our time being of the essence is a drop dead date and time. So at 5 p.m. on this date, we are done with due diligence. At 5:01, we are done with the due diligence. So what we're saying is whatever date we put in there, the buyer has until 5 p.m. on that date to terminate for any reason or no reason. If they terminate at 5:01, now they're in breach. Date, amount, all of that is negotiable. John, to your point, we're coming out of a market. Did some sellers take advantage of the market that we were in and request unreasonably high due diligence fees? Demand maybe in some cases. Did the buyer have to agree to do that? Did the buyer have to agree to pay $50,000 in due diligence? It's all negotiable. It's all negotiable.
I feel like if the seller has like a property with a major defect, like foundation issues or something, and people put in a due diligence fee, get it under contract, and then now they're kind of stuck. They either have to give up that money with this major problem, and then the seller can just keep pocketing due diligence fees with each like gullible buyer.
And that's so the listing agent, once they got to disclose, right? So if the listing agent learns of that structural defect after the second or third one, now they got to disclose, right? So only the seller can hide behind caveat emptor. You and I can't. So what if this is a for sale by owner that doesn't have representation? Could they use that to their advantage? Of course they could. Are there shady people out there? Yeah, but I think after a while, that's got to be exhausting for the seller to go through that just for $500 here, $5,000 there. I don't know, but again, if the seller's represented, then once we learn of that structural defect, then we have to disclose that.
Maybe they should have some law that before you list a property, you should have to do a home inspection. So if there are any material defects.
And some sellers do a pre-listing inspection. It's not as thorough as a home inspection, but of course, it's up to the option of the seller. And then even if they have that pre-listing inspection, they're still not obligated to repair or disclose. So they could do it just FYI for themselves, Let's see, Erin says, another way she's thought about due diligence, that it's cash in the seller's hands. It's been her experience with the higher DD are accepted more often than not. And that's exactly the market that we're coming out of. The purchase price wasn't talking last year, was it? It was the amount of the due diligence. And that takes us back, John, to your point. I'm sorry, Erin, that takes us back to what we were talking about earlier. All buyers have a different risk tolerance, and that's what we need to look at your buyer in the eyeball and say, how much are you willing to lose if you decide to walk away? If you're okay with losing $50,000, I could probably get your offer accepted. But if you're telling me you're not good with only losing like 50, then we need something else to make your offer attractive. Maybe we do more earnest money or a higher purchase price. It all kind of works together. And through the eyes of the seller, I mean, the seller's going, what's in it for me? So the more money you can put in their pocket, right, the more likely they are to accept your offer. And that's why it's been so daggone competitive the last couple of years.
Yeah, we just won a bid. Listing price was like $959 and we offered $910, but we won it because we offered $25,000 due diligence and $25,000 earnest money. And the listing agent came back and said, you won it because the $25K. So,
So it was money in their pocket. Yep. Yep. And again, guys, this is our job to explain this to the buyers. You know, what is your risk tolerance? What are you willing to lose? If you walk away tomorrow, are you okay with losing this money? Because I'm telling you right now, you can't get it back. Katie, yes. Eastern Standard Time. Interestingly enough, that's actually covered in the contract. They actually say that. So we will, I know. They got it covered. Look, I get it. This is really something to wrap your brains around. Isn't it a big difference if you're acting as the listing agent or the selling agent? What hat are you wearing right now? As the listing agent, don't you want to get your sellers lots and lots and lots of money, as much as you possibly can? As the buyer's agent, you don't want to have them pay any more than what they have to. So we dance, you know, and that's what this whole thing is about, is finding the two, you know, getting the two where we can agree and be happy. Other thoughts or comments on due diligence? I hear what you guys are saying, and I agree with you completely. I think there's a lot of buyers that have been taken advantage of the last couple of years, but guess what? We're getting ready to put the buyers back in the driver's seat. And one thing we're going to see is those due diligence fees. They're still going to be there, but it's not going to be as risky for the buyers as what it was last year when interest rates were 2 point something. Then we're going to define settlement and closing. Settlement is the proper execution and delivery of the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete the transaction, including the deed, settlement statement, deed of trust, and any other loan or conveyance documents, and the closing attorney's receipts of all funds necessary to complete the transaction. Settlement date is the date that the parties agree that settlement will take place on, unless otherwise agreed in writing at the time and place designated by the buyer. Our blue note here refers us to paragraph 12, which is going to talk about that delay in settlement. So we'll see that next week, where we have that 7-day delay. Closing then is defined as the completion of the legal process, which results in the transfer of the title from the property from the seller to the buyer, which includes the following steps. Closing is settlement, which we defined above, the completion of a satisfactory title update, the closing attorney's receipt and authorization to disperse all funds, and the very last act, the very last step, is recordation in the appropriate county registry of the deed of trust, if any, which shall take place as soon as reasonably possible for the attorney after settlement. Upon closing, the proceeds of the sale shall be dispersed by the closing attorney in accordance with the settlement statement and provisions of this chapter of the North Carolina General Statute. If the title update reveals any unexpected liens, encumbrances, or other title defects, or if the attorney is not authorized to disperse all necessary funds, then closing shall be suspended and settlement deemed delay under paragraph 12, which discusses our delay in settlement. So settlement happens, what we attend when we go to the attorney's office. Once we leave the attorney's office, he does or she does closing. Here's our red warning. North Carolina State Bar has determined that the performance of most acts and services required for a closing constitutes a practice of law. It must be performed only by an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina. State law prohibits unlicensed individuals or firms from rendering legal services or advice. Although non-attorney settlement agents may perform limited services in connection, they may not perform all acts and services required to complete the closing. Closing involves significant legal issues that should be handled by an attorney. It's the position of the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors that all buyers should hire an attorney licensed in the state of North Carolina to perform a closing. So when your buyer from another state shows up and looks at you and says, "Do I have to hire an attorney?" Your answer is, as long as the property is located in North Carolina, yes, because we are a settlement meeting method. We are an attorney closed state. Then we're going to define special assessments. This is a charge against the property by a governmental authority, in addition to ad valorem taxes and recurring governmental service fees levied for such taxes, or by an owners association in addition to any regular assessment, either of which may be a lien against the property. We are later, with this blue note, we are going to later identify the buyer's responsibility and the seller's responsibility for special assessments. Right now, we're just defining what a special assessment is. So any government special assessment, maybe they want to install sidewalks or street lighting, or a special assessment by an HOA. Maybe they want to repave the parking lot or put new roofs on the townhomes or whatever. So either one of those fall under the category of special assessments. 2.5 pages defining things. I think particularly when working with buyers and sellers, these first 2.5 pages are really important. And these are the conversations that we need to have with them. Because, I mean, guys, as we're learning in this class, I mean, how many times have your buyers looked at you and said, "You want me to write a check to the seller for what?" You know, it's just such a bizarre kind of concept. So it's so important that we understand what these are so we can explain it to them and help them get the property that they want. Again, help them determine their risk tolerance. What are you okay with losing if you terminate? Because what if they don't terminate? Then they get their dream home, right? And they have a down payment of $50,000. So, I mean, sometimes it works out where we get to closing as well. Other questions or comments about?
So you're saying that the due diligence will come back to you if you close?
It'll be credited to the buyer at closing.
Settlement?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be
Okay, that's
credited
different.
to the buyer.
That's totally different. Okay. I don't know why
That's
I
what
wasn't.
we did. That's what we did up here. So I have my sales price of, I think I've, no. And then I have $500 due diligence. So now the buyer's only responsible for bringing $99,500. They've prepaid that $500. So if we get it to closing, that's going to be credited back to them.
Oh, I see. So that makes sense. When somebody's putting a huge due diligence down, they're basically saying, we're buying the house. You don't have anything to worry about. No matter
Unless they
what. the
decide
condition.
not to. Unless they decide not to. Yep.
Gotcha. That makes better sense to me.
So if we make it to closing, again, it's not money thrown away, right? It'll be credited back to them. Remember when we did our settlement statement, we put it on the buyer, we credited the buyer, debited the seller for that due diligence. Yeah, we're not, it's only an issue if we don't close, right? So let's just all agree to get all of our closings to all of our contracts to closing every single time. And agree, everybody good with that? In a perfect world.
You know, some people were saying, where were people getting all of this money from to put down on
Yeah,
homes? There were a lot of people who, because of the way the job market was and shortages in certain fields, career fields, they were able to move, take money out of their, pull money out of their retirement. And it was also supplemented because people were getting huge relocation bonuses. So, and now that's getting ready to slow down too, because the, job openings are lessening right
that's
now.
right. That's right. So, to our points is this market is adjusting, and not just the real estate market, right, Amanda, but like the economy is adjusting right now. So we're not in this recession anymore. We're not in all this unemployment. So a lot of that's going to go away, which means now you don't have $50,000 to put down unless you do. Buying a house, it's a risk. It's a gamble for sure. Anything else on our terms and definitions before we? Provision number 2 is about fixtures and exclusions. Starts us off with a big red warning. Parties should not assume that an item will or will not be included in the sale based on an oral, written statement or understanding that is not part of this contract. Buyer and seller should be specific when negotiating what items will be included or excluded from the sale. Then it says fixtures are included in the purchase price. All existing fixtures are included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. Specified items, buyer and seller agree that the following items, if present on the property on the date of the offer, shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. All items listed below include both traditional and smart versions and any exclusively dedicated related equipment and/or remote control devices. And then our contract gives us a list of things that standard form 2T considers a fixture. If you're using another contract, could the fixture list look differently? Sure. But if we're using 2T, these are the things that are considered fixtures. This is on page, I'll make a note. This is on page 4 of your offer to purchase and contract. And I think you guys should look at these fixtures before next Thursday night. Everybody catch me? All right. Page 4. Again, if you're using a different contract, the fixture list may look a little bit differently. So make sure you're familiar with, sometimes they update the fixture list. I once heard, again, I don't know how true it is, but I once heard that pretty much all these fixtures on here are the result of a lawsuit. So the buyer moves in, they think this should be here, they take the seller to court, and then boom, we got a new fixture on our fixture list. I don't know if it's true or not, but it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? We don't want to go back to court for the same thing. Unpairing or deleting data from devices. Prior to closing, the seller shall unpair any devices that will convey from any personal property devices such as hubs, intelligent virtual assistants, mobile devices, vehicles, etc., with which they are paired. Delete personal data from any devices that will convey and restore all devices to factory default settings unless otherwise agreed. Seller's obligation under this paragraph shall survive closing. Our homes are getting smart, aren't they? Some of our homes are getting too smart. So obviously all this verbiage about smart devices and pairing and unpairing, this is relatively new. I want to say, if not last year, maybe the year before. This was a change, particularly about the seller unpairing any devices which they are paired, and the seller's obligation to survive closing. I took a class earlier this year through NCAR, and the instructor was actually a member of the forms committee. And I would love to take her to lunch and sit down and I got a bunch of questions for the forms committee. But it was really interesting to hear her take on it as being a member of somebody that's handling all this. And she said, y'all, we can't make this stuff up. They had to put this verbiage in about seller's obligation shall survive closing to unpair any devices, because there were incidences of it going down at settlement and the disgruntled seller, and they didn't unpair. So then they were driving by the house at all hours in the morning, like turning stuff on and off and lights and garage doors. So we had to, we got a little petty, didn't we? So now we had to specifically require the seller to unpair. Even if they forget to, they need to do so after closing. Isn't that funny? Our blue note says any fixture or other item described above that will not be part of the sale should be identified below. We got a place here for anything that is leased or not owned. So anything that is not leased or owned by the seller shall not convey, and we need to identify. So for example, if their CPI security equipment is not theirs, if they're just renting it from or leasing it from CPI, it can't convey. The seller can't sell what's not theirs. We're going to talk about the fuel tank in 7. We'll talk about that next week. And then other items that do not convey. These are fixtures that are going to go. So if it's not listed up here and the seller plans to take, if it is listed up there, or anything else that could be identified as a fixture, if the seller plans to list it, if the seller plans to take it, then that's something we need to make sure that we spell out in the contract. Seller has to repair any damages caused by the removal of those fixtures. Yeah.
So if you're filling this out for your buyer to make an offer, how would you know what items are leased or not owned? Do you bother filling that out, or do you fill out what you know and then send it, and then the listing agent will fill out what they know and send it back?
If they don't disclose to us in the MLS, so like, for example, the Triad MLS, we have a place for agent only remarks. So that's my opportunity to communicate with the other members of the Triad MLS without going out to the public. So ideally, the listing agent should disclose security equipment is CPI and is leased and will not convey. But to your point, John, if they don't disclose it, then, when I submit the offer, they're going to have to come back and say, because you're right, as a buyer's agent, how else would I know? So hopefully we can rely on the listing agent to throw that in agent only remarks, so we can know to put that as a buyer's agent, so we can know to put that in. Then we have personal property. Number 3 is personal property. The following personal property present on the property on the date of the offer shall be transferred to the buyer at closing at no value. And then we need to list the personal property that the seller is willing to leave. Fixtures are meant to stay, personal property is meant to go. If they're going to do the opposite of their intent, we need to put it in the contract. When you guys are filling in personal property and fixtures, when you're filling these in, please be specific. Don't just put the refrigerator. Put Whirlpool, stainless steel, 2-door. If you can get your hands on the model number, sometimes when you open the refrigerator on like the inside cover, you can see a model number or something. If you can get that, if you can snap a picture in addition to the description, please don't put something in here like the refrigerator that was in the home the date of the showing, because couldn't the seller switch that up and say, oh, that's the one that was there. Now it becomes a he said, she said thing, right? The other reason we need to be specific, again, I've heard stories over the years. We put refrigerator in as personal property. Buyer evidently doesn't do the final walkthrough, come to the property after closing and go to their brand new home. And in the kitchen, where the refrigerator should be, instead is like a little 2-shelf dorm room refrigerator. Technically, did the seller do what they were contractually obligated to do? Did they leave a refrigerator? Yeah. Be specific. What refrigerator do you want? You know, what if they have a refrigerator in the kitchen and then they have a refrigerator in the garage for their drinks? And you say the buyer wants the refrigerator. Well, which one? So be specific to protect your buyer. Be specific on fixtures to protect your seller. So any personal property. Y'all want to know my personal best? I actually got to put this in a legally binding contract under the personal property. My buyers wanted y'all ready for this? They wanted the Addams Family Value pinball machine. I got to put that in a contract. They had this little game room in the basement. My buyers were like, well, they leave the pin. I'm like, hey, anything's negotiable. So we threw it in there. Y'all know what the seller said? Oh, thank God we didn't want to move it anyway. Yes. So any personal property. Our blue note says any personal property that would be part of this sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyers advised to consult with their lender to assure the personal property can be included in this contract. You know, the refrigerator, the lender will allow, probably the washer and the dryer. But once you start, you know, little things like, you know, pinball machine. But once you start getting on to like the dining room furniture and the bedroom furniture and the John Deere green lawnmower, like once this list starts growing, the lender's going to stop and ask themselves, why am I giving this loan? Is it for the home or is it for the stuff? So if we start wanting lots and lots of personal property, just check with the lender. It might be that we need to negotiate an outside bill of sale separately between buyer and seller, in which the buyer may bring a cashier's check to pay for, you know, furnishing the whole house, for example. So just make sure as this list starts to grow, you run it by the buyer's lender. Provisions 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. So when you guys are working with buyers and we're having conversations, because we know they're not reading this, if you're working with buyers, flag 4, 5, and 6 for them so they know where to focus their attention. 4 is about the buyer's due diligence process. It starts with a big red warning, all caps and bold. Buyer is strongly encouraged to conduct due diligence during the due diligence period. If buyer is not satisfied with the result or the progress of the buyer's due diligence, buyer should terminate this contract prior to the expiration of the due diligence period, unless the buyer can obtain a written extension from the seller. Seller is not obligated to grant an extension. Although buyer may continue to investigate the property following the expiration of the due diligence period, buyer's failure to deliver a termination notice to the seller prior to the expiration will constitute a waiver by the buyer of any right to terminate this contract based on any matter relating to buyer's due diligence. Provided, however, following the due diligence period, buyer may still exercise a right to terminate if the seller fails to materially comply with their obligations under paragraph 8 or any other reason under the terms of the law. Again, you guys, the whole point, what we're paying for, the due diligence period, is the buyer's right to terminate. They can continue their inspections and investigations after due diligence. All they've lost is their right to terminate. They have not lost their right to inspect. Now, ideally, do we want them to learn as much as they can while we're in due diligence so they can make a decision whether or not to move forward? Of course, but they can still continue to investigate. They've not lost that right. They've only lost the right to terminate. Can they still terminate whenever they want to, as long as we're still in due diligence? That's right. So we terminate outside of due diligence. They could terminate 1 hour before closing. All they're going to lose is their due diligence and their earnest money. That's those liquidated damages. Yep. We'll see that in paragraph 23. It spells out what happens if the buyer breaches, what happens if the seller breaches.
So they have the right to terminate no matter what.
Yep.
It's just they lose their
But
money.
they're gonna
They have
lose.
the right to terminate without losing their money.
That's right.
Gotcha.
That's right. So they terminate, it's in due diligence, they lose their due diligence. They terminate after, now they lose both. If they never ever show up to closing, the only thing they have to lose is their due diligence and their earnest money. And our contract will tell us in paragraph 23 that those liquidated damages are the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. So if the buyer never shows up to closing, the seller, they're happy with what they get.
So that's why the high due diligence, they're telling the seller, it's a good faith that they're going to close.
You know,
Yeah, that makes sense then.
again, and as we start seeing these amounts come down, listing agents, I mean, guys, I remember the last buyer's market we were in, we were getting like $50 of due diligence and $50 of earnest money. Listing agents, when these offers come in, you need to look at your seller and say, if the buyer never shows up to closing, are you okay with getting this $50 due diligence and this $50 earnest money? Because if they never show up, that's it. That's all you get. Again, it's depending on what hat you're wearing. Are you a listing agent or a selling agent? It changes everything as you change hat, right? It's a different conversation altogether. As we talked about, one of the more important things about the buyer's due diligence is to try to get that loan at least going, loan approval. The loan at the buyer's expense shall be entitled to pursue qualification for and approval of the loan, if any. Blue note says there is no loan or appraisal contingency in this offer to purchase and contract. Therefore, buyers advised to consult with their lender prior to signing to assure that the due diligence period allows sufficient time for the loan process and for the buyer's lender to provide sufficient information to decide whether to proceed with or terminate the transaction. This gets a little tricky. Very rarely do we have loan approval while we're still in due diligence. What we shoot for, what we want while we're in due diligence is to get the appraisal done and back so we know what the loan amount, what the lender's going to issue the loan amount. But ideally, we're going to get the loan through the first round of underwriting. And when we come out of the first round of underwriting, what we get from the lender is a pretty good idea of whether or not we're going to get approval or not. And based on that pretty good idea, if the lender says, this isn't looking good, then the buyer may want to consider terminating within due diligence. If the lender says, you're good, you give me 2 more documents and I got you, then the buyer, but they got to make that decision. Guys, in all my years, I've only known 1 buyer to get loan approval while we were in due diligence. It's really, really rare. Again, what we get is a pretty good idea from the lender, and the buyer's got to make a decision on that. Aaron, did you have something? No.
No, I'm just agreeing fervently.
I just make sure I didn't just make sure I didn't ignore you there.
And how
then
do
we
we
have-
advise, I'm sorry, how do we advise, or what things should we advise our clients to consider when we're talking about the due diligence period?
As far as,
How long it should be?
so, and that's a great question, Herman. It's all negotiable, right? And as a buyer's agent, when I'm trying to determine how long for due diligence, I understand that the loan process is the longest. So when I'm writing this up, I'm going to call my lender, our lender, and say, how much time do you need? Because all lenders are different. Some, you know, and a lot of it may depend on how busy the appraisers are right now. You know, when you and I are really, really busy, so are the appraisers. So it might be that if they're not getting out there for 3 weeks, then I want at least 4. You know what I'm saying? So I generally try to get at least, after discussion with the lender, at least try to get enough time for that first round of underwriting so we can get the pretty good idea from the lender. You know, the seller may say, if you want more time, you know, I'll give you 2 weeks, but if you want more than that, then you're going to have to give me more money, right? And that's part of that. You know, if you want 6 weeks, you got to be prepared to pay the seller for that.
Mhm.
That part of that negotiations. But I always, especially if it's a lender that I, you know, once you work with a lender a couple times, you kind of learn, you know, how they work and what they need. But if it's a brand new lender to you that you've never worked with before, you know, you and the lender are both working for the best interest of the buyer. So call the lender and say, how much time do you need to get our buyer through due diligence?
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Also during the buyer's due diligence, we got property investigation, buyer or buyer's agents at the buyer's expense shall be entitled to conduct all desired tests, surveys, appraisers, investigations, examinations, and inspection on the property as the buyer deems appropriate, including but not limited to the following. And then we got a whole list of things, and we're not going to go over this because we went over it last night when we were talking about the buyer's due diligence. What I want us to understand from this is that this list is not inclusive. So in other words, if your buyer wants something inspected or investigated that's not on this list, our answer is okie doke, let's do it. Because if it's important to my buyer, if it's something that they want to learn more about, that's why they hired me, is to help them through this transaction. So please don't ever look at your buyer and say, nah, you don't need to worry about that. If it's important to the buyer, then it's important to me. And please don't think that this is the end all be all list. Just giving them some ideas of things that they should consider. Sale or lease of existing property is noted in paragraph 5B unless otherwise provided. This contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease or closing of another property owned by the buyer. Therefore, if the buyer must sell or lease other property in order to qualify for a new loan or to otherwise complete the purchase, buyer should seek to close on buyer's other property prior to the end of the due diligence period, or be reasonably satisfied that closing on buyer's other property will take place prior to settlement. we have no built-in contingencies. So if the buyer has to sell another property before they can buy, I don't have a contingency. We don't even have a form for this anymore. They retired the form. So if we want to add this contingency, if the parties agree to add this contingency, we're back to our attorney, your buyer's attorney, to draft it up. Questions? It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Do we see why it's important to know this form forward and backwards so we can, I mean, this is how we best protect our party. I don't care who your party is. Is it the seller? Is it the buyer? Is it both? This is why they have us. So this is why we go through this in the detail that we do. So we're going to call it here for tonight. We'll pick back up here on Tuesday. Like I said, we got some more fun with math. We're going to work some proration problems next week. Y'all don't forget about that settlement statement for Wednesday, please. CD number 4. If you have any questions this weekend, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Like I told you guys earlier, seriously, nothing hurts me more than when you guys show up on test day and say, I never really understood that. I don't know what you don't know. I don't know what you're struggling with. I'm not a mind reader. So if I can help in any way, I'm here. All you got to do is just reach out and ask. Fair enough? All right. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you guys Tuesday night. I don't know about y'all, but Thursday night's wine night in my house. So let's go have a glass of wine, get this weekend started off. I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
All right, good night.
Bye. Good night.